Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our meeting starting 16 November. I'd like to ask Wanda to call the roll, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa. I can't. No. Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lemons. Okay. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo. No. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
And Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will, as usual, open for public comment at this point. Jesse, could you read the instructions, please?
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 915-055-32099 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking general public comment at this time.
Thank you, Jesse. While we wait for the live stream to catch up, are there any general announcements? Director Claypool?
I have none from here. The presentations are going forward as scheduled, and we are moving forward with trying to figure out how much of the budget is going to be available without requesting it. I will talk more about that during the executive director report.
Very good, thank you. Any commissioner updates? Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, on Monday, this past Monday, I attended a meeting of the New Mexico organization, New Mexico First, that's working to develop some recommendations for the legislature on redistricting. So they wanted to know mostly about our approach to outreach and what the last commission did, what we're planning on doing. So I just gave them an update. It was pretty interesting. They had a lot of questions about our process and the whole gambit of what we do from the selection process to what are the rules around what we're supposed to be looking at when we redistrict. So in New Mexico, they do take into consideration the incumbents home address when they've redistricted in the past, and they specifically tried to make sure that no two incumbents got stuck in the same district last time. And so it was an interesting conversation I had with one of their state senators about that we are strictly forbidden from looking at that. But in general, it went really well, and it's quite an enthusiastic group. At this point, they're just going to make recommendations to the legislature for this time around, but they're hoping to put forth maybe a proposition to come up with a commission. So that's all.
So New Mexico First is a citizens group that's pushing for this?
So New Mexico First is a nonprofit organization that looks at issues related to the state across, across various areas, and they just took this redistricting issue on. Apparently, there was a bill before the legislature for them to set up a redistricting commission, but it didn't pass. So they were given some funding and took the lead in putting together a big panel that includes folks from Common Cause, League of Women Voters, members of the Assembly and Senate in the state, and other various interested parties.
Now, one of the things that has occurred to me is we may be reaching a critical mass where it might be useful to have a national association on citizen redistricting.
Yeah, interesting idea. Yeah.
The Michigan group is up and running. Virginia is in the process of getting their new body together after the vote passed a few weeks ago. So
and Arizona has one.
Arizona, yeah. So I think it could be very interesting to set up an association, not just of formally established bodies, but also incorporating groups or individuals who are working towards putting citizen redistricting in place.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Jesse, do we have anyone in queue?
We do, Chair.
Okay, could you invite them?
Good morning, caller. Could you please
Hi,
state and spell your name for the record, please?
I'm Helen Hutchison, HelenHutchison. I'm representing the League of Women Voters of California this morning, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. The Commission is considering the possibility of direct grants to groups to do outreach and engagement. We feel this is not a wise choice, and I'd like to share with you about why we believe that. In 2010, the Irvine Foundation made a decision to invest in the future of California government by committing a significant amount of money to educating and empowering the people of the state about the new redistricting process and how we could all be involved. Irvine brought together a coalition of voting rights, minority language, and good government entities. This coalition included the League of Women Voters of California. The foundation was clear about what they wanted and how the grants would be decided. We were tasked with creating a unified body of materials which would, in plain language, explain the redistricting process, why communities should care, and how they could become involved in shaping the maps. The coalition accomplished the goals set by the foundation in large part because an independent entity set very clear goals, assembled a coalition that it believed could meet these goals, and made sure that the goals were met. Giving direct grants to the groups is not in the best interest of either the Commission or the individual groups. If you were to pick and choose who to fund, it would certainly raise the question of favoritism on the Commission's part. And it would place the groups receiving the grants in a difficult position as well. Would we be free to speak out on perceived problems? And what would be the perception of groups who received grants and then also submit maps? We support the idea of the Commission giving a grant to an independent entity which could then function as the Irvine Foundation did in 2010 to accomplish a similar goal. But we hope that you would not pursue the idea of direct grants. To be effective and efficient, the outreach groups need a single organization separate from the Commission and the Commission staff to provide uniform guidance for and coordination with the other organizations performing outreach. This will lead to optimum public outreach and therefore the best possible community input to the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchison. Jesse, are there other callers?
There are currently no more callers in the queue, Chair.
Okay. I wanted to take a moment to go over the agenda. And first of all, apologize. There seems to have been a mix-up somewhere along the way. The copy of the final agenda that I have in front of me shows the presentation on 2020 California Complete Count campaign as occurring at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, which is correct. That is what we have been communicating all along with the Complete Count team. Somehow a version of the agenda with showing 10 o'clock this morning ended up on the website. So again, we apologize for that. For today at 10 o'clock, we are going to take up the issue of language access for the Communities of Interest tool. We will have colleagues from the statewide database and the legislature with us for that discussion. Commissioner Kutagawa and I have had a number of discussions during the course of the week and going back and forth with information. We're still awaiting one or two small bits of information, but we had promised statewide database that we would give them a final response regarding the languages that we wanted to see supported by the Communities of Interest tool during the course of this meeting. So that is scheduled at 10 o'clock. I do anticipate that we will have an opportunity for public comment close to 11 o'clock. Then coming back from break at 11:15, the executive director will give his report. That is likely to take us through lunch. After lunch, there would be an opportunity for public comment. So that would be approximately 1:45. At 2 o'clock, our chief counsel is now with us, as well as our interim counsel, Marion Johnston. So we look forward to hearing from them. After that, we will have a brief closed session on cybersecurity. And then we should be back by 3:30. Our communications director is also with us beginning today. We want to give him some time to introduce himself and for a brief exchange. And then the last item on the agenda for today is to discuss future agenda items. That is scheduled for today because the next meeting begins 2 weeks from tomorrow. So if we want to make any changes to that agenda, we need to get those into the agenda and get that posted tomorrow at the latest. So that is a review of the agenda for today. I will plan to review tomorrow's agenda at the beginning of the day. My hope is that we can be we can conclude by 5 p.m. at the latest, but I don't want to be carrying items over from one day to the next. The agenda has cleared a little bit over the last few days, but we don't want to end up on Wednesday afternoon with items still pending. So hope you will all bear with me, and I think we can get through this in the course of the day today. Any other comments or announcements or thoughts from commissioners at this point?
Commissioner Sinai has her hand up.
Commissioner Sinai.
Just a couple of things on the agenda. I did get a panic call this morning from census folks. They were not aware that it was tomorrow. They were ready for today. So I think there's still some clarity that needs to be done on the staff side on organizing with our community, because those are key critical partners for us. And so, people having to rush at the last minute to get ready and all that, it's just not fair. So let's do a better job of that. Second of all, I don't want to hear what happened. I just want you all to know that that's how it was perceived by the community, and we need to do a better job. Second of all, I'd like the community to know that on agenda item number 10, the C has been postponed, and we have said it several times in public, and we've asked for it to be removed from the agenda. And it's been postponed just because we had a lot on the agenda for today. So please take that off the agenda. And finally, I want to apologize to the community for not having all the items posted early. The plan, a lot of the things were created on time and were forwarded on. Unfortunately, they didn't make it up on the website. Hopefully they will soon, so that you all have the time to review and discuss, because I know that's been promised as well.
Director Claypool?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, we did have the Census Bureau folks come back to us with the invitation we sent them that was clearly marked for tomorrow at 10. So they were understanding. Thank you.
Any other comments or thoughts at this point?
Commissioner Sadwani has a hand up. Commissioner Sadwani has her hand up.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani, I'm not seeing you on my screen. That's
no problem. Thank you so much. Two things, just in terms of agenda. Yes, for the VRA subcommittee, we will be giving a report back. There was a memo as well as 2 statements of work for review. I don't see those as meeting handouts. So hopefully those can get put onto the website. In terms of just general announcements and general info, yesterday I had the opportunity to speak with the League of Women Voters from their Mount Baldy chapter. I was invited. That chapter kind of covers the area of the Claremont colleges where I work. And so they had very kindly invited me to speak actually about my research and elections. And then when they found out I was also on the commission, of course, they wanted me to talk a little bit about that. So just as a report back, I wanted to let you all know, I believe that they recorded the session and are planning to post it on their YouTube channel.
excellent. Jesse, do we have any further public comment in line?
There are currently no callers in the queue, Chair.
Very good. Okay. Let me then go ahead and just give a brief introduction to the topic that we are going to be discussing with our colleagues from the statewide database. The communities of interest tool that is being developed by the statewide database, we want that to be as accessible as possible to populations throughout the state. And one of the issues that we have been asked to consider as the Communities of Interest Tool Subcommittee and subsequently as the full commission is the issue of language support. we started out, Commissioner Kutagawa and I are the Communities of Interest Tools Subcommittee. We started out by looking at some of the legal requirements as far as elections, which don't necessarily apply automatically to redistricting, but we took it as a starting point, looking at the languages that are required to be supported under what used to be Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act. We looked at those languages that are required to be supported under Section 14201 of the state's, I guess it's the, Marion, is it the Elections Code?
That requires the access, yes. And well, it's the
Thank you. And in our discussions with the statewide database, we were made aware that those Section 14201 requirements really are talking about translations of the ballot and don't really go beyond that. But we took it still as a useful indicator of the languages that we might consider supporting. We also looked at the Secretary of State's website to see what languages were mentioned there on the website. We looked at the census language support, and we looked at documents from the state court system. So we feel like we've made a solid effort to survey the language requirements that elections, courts, and the census have used as their base. And so now we want to broaden that discussion to the full commission. I see Ms. Griffiths has joined us. Do we have others with us yet from the statewide database?
Jamie is here.
Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning, commissioners. Yes, we have Diane Griffiths from the legislature, and Joel Yang should also be joining, assumably maybe a little closer to 10.
Okay. Now we had only one public comment, so I wanted to go ahead and introduce the topics that by the time we hit 10 o'clock, we're all ready to launch into the discussion. Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have anything further, particularly anything to report on your outreach to some of the community groups?
Excuse me. I will say that I have talked to a couple of the other community leaders in a couple other communities that are from communities in which the languages that we are looking at for the COI tool, and the feedback that I have gotten is that there is high need in these two other communities because they are linguistically isolated and or linguistically limited as well too. So I think, as Commissioner Kennedy had said, we did look at a number of sources, but based on our discussions with the statewide database, specifically Jamie and Karen from the statewide database, we will be coming forward with a specific set of recommendations based on what has been already produced by the census. There's just a couple other languages that we are looking to see whether or not it makes sense to include them. We're trying to balance cost with also the need. And so while it's easy to say, yes, we should do it, I think we're just trying to also be thoughtful about the broader impact, the not so much the broader impact, that's the wrong word. I think how widespread, I guess, maybe, I don't know, Jamie, maybe you might be able to help me on the right word for that, but it's really trying to balance cost and also ensuring that, the addition of the additional languages will reach a broad swath of the California residents, I think.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Yes, so when we made our budget for redistricting access 2 years ago, we were looking at what the last commission did, and we were anticipating an expansion on the languages that were provided, that the commission's materials were provided during the last redistricting. And also, just to give a little bit of insight, our translation budget is not just for the COI tool, but also for translation of materials that would be available at redistricting access centers. And yeah, so we met with the subcommittee last week, looked at all of these resources that Commissioners Kennedy and Akutagawa mentioned. And looking at what the census did, that covers over 91% of California's population with limited English proficiency and 95% of LA County's population with limited English proficiency. And we are, as we learn more about the cost associated with implementing all of the languages and any potential technical issues that we need to consider as we're incorporating additional languages, then we'll continue to collaborate with the subcommittee on the extent to which we can incorporate additional languages and what those languages should be based on what Commissioner Akutagawa just outlined.
I have also reached out to the Registrar of Voters in both San Diego County and Del Norte County. Those are the two counties that are listed under Section 203 as having requirement to support Native American languages. The response from the registrar in San Diego County was that the language that they are required to support is not a written language, and not only is it not a written language, it is barely a spoken language. The tribe is working to revive the language, but they have said to the registrar that they do not need any materials translated, any written materials translated. And so we are going to follow we are recommending that we follow the lead of the Registrar of Voters in San Diego County. The registrar in Del Norte, I would imagine, is still busy with counting and preparing to certify. So I haven't heard back yet. Jamie, you look like you might have heard back.
Yes, thank you. And actually, Karin spoke with the Registrar of Voters for Del Norte County this morning. There are 2 tribes in Del Norte that would be covered. And the ROV there worked closely with tribal leaders to find out what's most helpful in terms of access to elections there. And they have determined that translations are not necessary. Ballots are not translated for general elections or for tribal elections in Del Norte County, as tribal members speak English. It sounds like the tribes do appreciate outreach to them specifically. So sort of the takeaway from that was that make sure they're on the contact list when the CRC holds hearings in that area, with a special or specific invitation extended to those tribal members.
And just for clarity, if I can also say, so Commissioner Fernandez and I are specifically working on language access. And so what we're talking about and what we're proposing in terms of the specific languages for today is specific to the COI tool. Commissioner Fernandez and I are still working on our recommendations for public input meetings and also outreach and engagement. So we have a broader mandate in terms of the work that we're doing, but this, what we're talking about today is specific to the COI tool because there is a deadline that we need to meet for the statewide database to be able to start the translation work that is very specific to the COI tool. So I also want to just be clear about that. And then just so that everybody knows, I know that you may be wondering what specific languages are we talking about. Commissioner Kennedy and I have been going back and forth. He did some great analysis work and put together a nice chart. I just don't know if it did get sent out yet. If you want, I can just share a screen. Or Commissioner Kennedy, if you would prefer to share your screen to show the languages that we are recommending to use for the COI tool. And then I see that Commissioner Sinai also has her hand up too.
Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I didn't want to, on the tribes, the census, the person that does the census in San Diego, the staff person, she was assigned all tribe outreach as well, tribal outreach. And so that might be someone to reach out to just to see what they learned, what she learned, and I can make that introduction. She and I have worked together for a long time, but that might be a great for the that tribal piece. Sorry.
Perfect. I have also reached out to one of my contacts in 2016. I had a group of Mexican election observers that I organized an election day program for. One of our stops was at the polling place on the Morongo Band of Mission Indians reservation near the casino just off the 10. And I've kept in touch with this individual since then. She is actually the chair of the Native American Issues Caucus in the Democratic Party. So I've emailed her and called. I haven't heard back from her yet, but I'm certainly hoping to, hoping that she can assist with contacts with Native American populations throughout the state.
I just wanted to clarify. I just realized I wasn't clear. She's for the state of California, so she can help with the tribes throughout the state. I'm sorry. I knew I said San Diego, and I didn't want to.
No, that was clear to me. But hopefully with more hands on deck, we'll be able to ensure that we are reaching all of the Native American populations in the state. Commissioner Kutagawa, if you could share your screen, since I'm chairing, I'm trying to keep an eye on the gallery view in front of me and see who might have their hand up at any given time. But if you could go ahead and share your screen with that table, that would be great.
So Commissioner Kennedy, maybe you can go ahead and explain it to everybody.
Okay, so the columns are the sources for the mandates, if you will. They're not all mandates. I mean, the courts column, for instance, is the 10 most requested languages, and it might not add up to 10. I guess it's 9 on there. American Sign Language was the other language that was listed in the court documents. That is a discussion that we need to have. Do we want to provide user guides in American Sign Language, or is a written guide in plain English adequate for the population that might otherwise be seeking support in American Sign Language. So Section 203, as I mentioned, of the Voting Rights Act, I believe it's been renumbered, but it's commonly known as Section 203. California has a statewide mandate in Spanish, and then the other mandates are in a more limited number of localities within the state. That's probably the shortest list of all, 7 languages there. Section 14201 of the California Elections Code, again, this has to do with translation of the ballot only, not necessarily any other written materials, although we are aware that there are registrars that provide written materials in these and sometimes in additional languages. But these are the these are the top languages in that list. It goes on quite a bit further, but we're looking for languages that were on some of these other lists as well, and looking at where there was a significant drop off in the number of precincts where various languages were required to be supported. So that's the list that we came up with there. Secretary of State website, again, if you go to the Secretary of State website and click on translated materials, these are the languages that show up there with some of the materials in those languages. The court documents, there were 2 different documents, and I believe from different years, so that's why the asterisks. Farsi, Persian, actually, I think, supplanted Tagalog in the more recent document, if I'm not mistaken. The census, these are the 12 most used non-English languages in California. They have a separate list for the country as a whole, but this was the list for California. And then the partners column refers to that 18-page document with recommendations from a long list of community partners, and part of that document included language support. You'll notice that the 12 languages there correspond exactly to the languages used by the census. I will say that if you look under Chinese, you see Mandarin and Cantonese. So while those are counted in some documents as one language, Chinese, there are actually 2, Mandarin and Cantonese. There's also an issue of simplified script versus traditional script. And we have not come forth with any particular recommendation as far as the script, I don't believe, but we do believe that there is a need for both Mandarin and Cantonese. So in fact, the 12 languages are 13 languages.
Also, I'll just mention that at the beginning, I did mention that we're trying to, this was part of the discussion that we had with Jamie and Karen at Statewide Database. There are 2 other languages that we did discuss, and that we're having some debate about whether or not they can or should be included. If you take a look at this chart, you'll see that the Secretary of State website or the Secretary of State requires, as part of the election materials, the inclusion of materials in additional languages, specifically Hindi and Thai. Based on the conversation that we had, it was determined or it was agreed upon by the community partners that Hindi, there was enough of a English proficiency in the South Asian population that Hindi was one that was not necessary to include as part of the translated materials for the census. However, if you also look at the Secretary of State required list, Thai is a required language, but it was not included as part of the translated materials by the census. I did reach out to a contact in the Thai community, and part of the feedback that we did get is that this is a community that, even though is perhaps not as extensive throughout the state, are significant in LA County, and it is significantly linguistically isolated. And so this is additional information that we got after we had that Commissioner Kennedy and I had, but the statewide database team is aware of the feedback. The other language that we are also have concerns and are considering, and we're trying to get some additional feedback on, is Hmong, because there is a significant need for language translation in the Hmong community, particularly based on the number of precincts that had requested Hmong translation. And so even though it is not a required language by the Secretary of State, it is one that we are very conscious that may need additional language assistance. And we are also, I've reached out to community contacts to also try to see if we could get a sense of what the level of linguistic isolation or limit is in the Hmong community throughout California. And so those are two that are still pending in terms of our discussions with the statewide database.
Commissioner Sinai?
Awesome work, you all. This is really helpful. A couple of questions. When we had the women from PANA, they talked about the African language in San Diego that was used the most. And I'm trying to look it up, but I can't remember exactly what that language was. And so I wanted just to put that out there, that we were told that there was a specific language that they were using. But my question was, in their presentation as well, and in my relations with a lot of Africans, they do speak multiple languages. And so is Arabic cover a lot of the African refugee and immigrant community? Do they speak their country language as well as Arabic or not? Or is that just for those countries that are Muslim? I just want to make sure that we are being inclusive, because that's a large refugee community. And on Hmong, my understanding was that a lot of the community is, at least, when the first wave of refugees came, were illiterate. It's not a written language in their own country. And so it wasn't a written language. Yeah, so they're working on having it to be a written language. And so how are we going to address some of those challenges that we have, that some communities literacy, even in their own language, isn't strong, and that includes the Latino, some African, and just in general.
Thanks for that. Yeah, there may be a need in some of these to have instructions in an audio format rather than a written format. Somali is not on this list. I don't have all of the data in front of me. Having lived in Sudan, even the South Sudanese, or at least of a certain age, of a more advanced age, they were schooled in English. Then there was a cohort that was schooled in Arabic, and now that South Sudan is independent, the schooling is most likely in English. Um, but those we're always going to face some number of issues, and as Commissioner Kurokawa pointed out, we have to be sensitive to the budget realities. We would like to cover all 200 languages spoken in California, but the reality of the situation is that we would not be able to come close to that. And so, as Commissioner Kutagawa has pointed out, the quote unquote 12 languages, or 13 if we split up Mandarin and Cantonese, are estimated to reach 90-some% of the limited English proficient population in the state, and 95% in LA County. Commissioner Yee and then Commissioner Kutagawa.
I think Commissioner Kutagawa was first.
Actually, you were.
Oh, okay. So just to clarify on Chinese, so Mandarin versus Cantonese, those are the two largest spoken versions of Chinese. There are many other dialects, of course, also. In written Chinese, it would be simplified versus traditional. And Mandarin, you find in both simplified and traditional. Traditional mostly among folks from Taiwan. And that's confusing too, because as a census category, Taiwanese is now separate from Chinese. To make it even more complicated, most Taiwanese also speak a further dialect, Taiwanese, which is typically written in traditional Chinese. So the distinction here listed Mandarin and Cantonese is mostly for spoken. Then Mandarin, you will find in those two versions, simplified and traditional. Cantonese is always found in traditional script. So just to clarify, or maybe not.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you so much for that. Commissioner Kitagawa.
So, Commissioner Sinai, what you said is definitely was on my mind. I think being on the Language Access Subcommittee too, Commissioner Fernandez and I are very much looking at all of the other various languages, especially from the presenters that we heard from. And it was intentional in bringing in those communities, because while they may not rise to the top of making it to the Secretary of State, list of languages that are required to be translated, we very much also heard that to be inclusive, we need to provide some mechanism by which we'll be able to ensure access to what we're doing in the languages of these various communities. And I think what's still up for discussion is how we'll be able to do that. Some of the recommendations that we got, we're working through some of the different community-based organizations. She and I have also had conversations about, whether or not it's a direct access grant versus like finding like an intermediary that would then, distribute out the grants, and so those are things that are still yet to be discussed, and we've started discussing it, but nothing has actually come to a actual place where we are ready to make a recommendation. With that said, I think, again, I want to also just remind everybody that what we're talking about is specific to the COI tool, and that our intent is, again, thinking about the balance between what, now that we have some better idea what the statewide database budget is like and what is possible, we're working within some constraints and have had to make some choices. With that said, I think when it comes to like the public input meetings and the other kinds of outreach and education materials, I think Commissioner Fernandez and I are also looking for ways in which we'll be able to be much more inclusive and expansive to all of the various other communities. But based on what we would call the data, what Commissioner Kennedy and I are presenting from a COI tool subcommittee recommendation is languages based on what the VRA, what the Secretary of State requires, and then the 14201 list is additional languages that are accommodations based on regions that the Secretary of State is requiring. And then we were also provided with the additional list of languages that the 2020 California Census chose to translate their materials into, which the list or the spreadsheet or the chart, the table that Commissioner Kennedy created gives us a very helpful at a glance view of where the intersecting languages are, where some of them show up on some lists and not on other lists. And as he had also noted, the partners are those community partners that had sent us a public comment about 2 weeks ago suggesting, you know, their recommendations for language access, the 12 languages that are aligned with the census languages. But as I had mentioned, the statewide database team and Commissioner Kennedy and I had also had an additional conversation about Hmong and Thai because they do show up on the Secretary of State list. And I think that that's going to be further conversation, I figure, between the statewide database and the subcommittee. But we are trying to be mindful of what the costs are, but we also want to be as inclusive as possible. And so we would welcome also input from the other commissioners on what we have presented to you today.
Commissioner Vasquez? You no more? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and say that in our discussion with the statewide database the other day, it was clear that while they had planned on a certain number of languages, especially if we take a decision to request support in Thai and Hmong, that the likely outcome of that would be that we would be asked to find the funding to be able to support those two languages. We might be asked to support some of the 12, but certainly anything beyond the 12, the likely outcome would be that we would be asked to find funding to support those. Commissioner Sinai.
12 or 13? I'm sorry.
Yeah, 12 entre aspas, you know.
Yeah, quote unquote. I just want to make sure because it can get, it's a little confusing, but I gotcha.
Yeah, it is confusing. And Commissioner Yee, your assistance is very much appreciated. That will certainly help us consider how we address Mandarin and Cantonese. Commissioner Lamont.
So my question is, based on the chart that's presented, is there an actual recommendation being made, or is this just for us to understand what's led us to this discussion?
We're still waiting on I think one bit of information, which is feedback regarding Hmong. But otherwise, the recommendation is all of these down to Cambodian, skipping Hindi because we were informed that the requirement for Hindi was based on faulty information. but including Russian. So basically, the ones that were recommended or used by the census and the partners, plus at this point Thai, and we're just waiting for a bit of feedback to see if we recommend Hmong as well.
And I make a recommendation that we add another column to the right of the partner column that says what the recommendation is, and then highlight the boxes that are going to be recommended. And then that way we have our research, we have what we're recommending all in the same document. And of course, I would imagine that would come after you guys have come to get the additional information regarding Hmong or any other outstanding languages that you're looking at.
Yeah, no, we're not looking at others at this point. Commissioner Kitagawa.
So just for the sake of what Commissioner Lamont said, what we could do is we could collapse census and the partners, since they're essentially the same. The partners are using the census, the list on the partners or on the census. I will just make a comment though, in terms of the Hmong community. I think Commissioner Sinai, you're right. It was not traditionally a written language, but it is now, and unfortunately, based on what I know and just having some preliminary conversations with some that have done some work with the Hmong community, I suspect, I'm pretty certain that we're going to get feedback that the Hmong community is pretty linguistically isolated based just on my experience. And so I think that given just the numbers of election precincts in which Hmong translated materials were requested, it was pretty significant. I would also say that we should probably be looking at Thai and Hmong together in addition to the other 12 languages.
Commissioner Lamont and then Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to ask that the partner column remain, like not be collapsed with the census. I understand they are duplication, but I think it's good to see that delineation. So that would just be my recommendation.
Commissioner Sinai.
I agree. I think it's important for the partners to see that we've included them and that it's separate. But I also, I think for us to be able, I'm guessing this is going to come back to us at some point in this meeting to do the final vote, if we hear back around the Hmong and the Thai. Could we know the cost? Because we keep saying there'll be an additional cost if we add more languages, and it's kind of not fair to ask us to vote for something if we don't know what the cost is.
I think on that, statewide
Jamie?
database fund.
Yes, thank you. We are still assessing the cost associated with each language, and we anticipate that different languages might have different costs associated with translation. We're also looking at the cost associated with implementing the languages in the tools themselves and considering that there might be some technical issues around making text that is translated into different languages fit everywhere in the tool that there is text. So that's certainly one of the considerations as well.
Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Lamont.
Thank you. This was going back to the idea that Commissioner Sinai brought up about our partners who presented, and I believe she was looking for the language that the African immigrants were bringing up. And I actually came up with that. There were two, the Amharic, which is often considered Somali. The other was Swahili. And I'm just wondering if, I know you've been evaluating these, I don't know if the issue of linguistic isolation and or numbers was the reason why one of those is not included in this. If you could give us more information on that, please.
Commissioner Kitagawa.
So I thought the languages were actually Somali and Swahili, and then Amharic is an Ethiopian language. It's not a Somali language. What we wanted to do is to try to be as, I guess, data driven as possible. So that's why we were looking at the VRA list, the Secretary of State lists, and then the census list. I suspect, and then also we looked at the state courts, the California state courts, and we looked at the top 10 most requested interpreted languages in the state courts. And while languages like Somali or Swahili or Amharic, even some of the other languages that we'll be hearing about and that we've heard about may not be rising up on those lists. On that one, Commissioner Fernandez and I are also very mindful of the fact that we want to try to create accessibility for like the Black immigrant and refugee populations, and then also like, for example, the Pacific Islander populations where they spoke about Marshallese, Tongan, and Samoan as being the top 3 languages in which there was, language translation, significant language translation needs. But in terms of the population numbers relative to the need, you don't see it show up on some of these other lists. So we wanted to be as, I think, just data driven in this way, so that then if anybody should question, what we can point to is specific sources as to why certain languages are having to be selected, given the the kind of budgetary balances that we're also consciously trying to be mindful of as well too. And I think if we had our way, both Commissioner Kennedy and I, and also Commissioner Fernandez and I think we would try to cover all the languages so that we can make it as accessible as possible. But we also do realize that, and I think some of our community presenters were also mindful of that, and they did say that part of their recommendations is that they realize that it's not going to be possible to provide translations in every single language, but that they stand ready to also be partners to help provide that kind of accessibility. And I think that's where Commissioner Fernandez and I are going to be looking at in terms of how do we best be able to do that, working with partners who not only have that language expertise, but also have that important level of trust with those communities. So it's not just being able to provide the translation, but also being able to do so, from a trusted source that they feel like that this information is something that is okay for them to be participating in. And that's what I think we're taking away from, at least that's what I think, speaking for Commissioner Fernandez and I think that's what we're taking away from the presentations that we've heard so far.
Commissioner Lamont.
So my question is for Jamie. So before I ask my question, I want to say what I think I understand. That this discussion is focused on the COI tool, and there's a budget available to do X number of languages. It sounds like our subcommittee has already worked with Jamie, and this list that we're looking at and the potential addition of Hmong is coverable by that budget, with maybe some extra resources to look at additional languages, which would require those to be scoped out based on the language, because there's probably some variable between the cost to add additional languages, if that's even possible. So I'm hoping to hear if that is a fair representation. Secondly, this is not the end of the discussion about language access, that we have other mechanisms by which we're going to be addressing some of the other important populations that have been raised up, but it's not in context with this particular discussion, which is about where we're moving forward with the COI tool and what languages we're going to be voting on approving so that statewide database can move forward with that process. So I guess are you clear on my question, Jamie? I know I said a mouthful there. Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Excuse me. So statewide database is committed to translating the top 12/30 13 languages for the COI tool. And anything outside of that, we may need additional resources to help us make additional languages available. And we also are wanting to consider, keeping an eye on our early January goal of having the COI tool be publicly available if desired. And we don't want to endanger that, and adding additional languages, again, depending on staff time and implementation around actually making the tools live, actually making the languages live in the tool could prompt some redesign some places. And so those are the considerations.
I will say that in reading the documents from the courts, they noted that Hmong, while not currently among their top 10 requested languages, seemed to be growing, and they have it on something of a watch list, so that they might be able to better address requests for interpretation in Hmong in the near term. Commissioner Lamont.
Is Hmong the only outstanding question at this point, as it's related to the COI tool? And secondly, was Jamie's response to Commissioner Sinai regarding costs, is that beyond this recommended 12/13 list, uncertainty on the cost, or understanding the cost on this 12/13 is available right now?
If I understand your question correctly, we are still assessing the costs associated with translating everything associated with the COI tool, including user guide, tutorials, emails that would get sent to users who want to log into the COI tool to verify their email accounts. All of that associated with the COI tool, we're still assessing the costs of implementing that in the top 12 languages.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
So the follow-up question is, although you're assessing those costs, it sounds like, based on your statements earlier, there's no potential that you probably have budget to commit today to the 12/13 languages, which would allow us to move forward with the vote once we establish the Hmong question, so that you guys can be off and running. Is that fair?
I don't believe that we need a formal vote today. We are intending to translate the COI tool into the top 12 languages, and we'll continue to work with the subcommittee in terms of any additional languages that are desired, and assess the extent that will be possible, keeping our budget and our time constraints in mind.
So for me, that kind of reframes this discussion. It sounds like the statewide database is already moving forward with the 12/13 list, like that's happening. So we really need to be determining whether or not there are additional languages that we want them to include that respects the deadline for the January distribution, and whether there's going to be any budget implications that will fall to us. Is that where we are?
That, I would say, that is generally where we are. The one thing that I would say is we had a discussion at one point as to whether we needed the tool to be ready by early January, or if, because of our broader timeline, our global timeline with all of the different moving parts and so forth, we would be okay with it, for example, being available by the end of January rather than the beginning of January. So that's a question that, between the outreach subcommittee and potentially the Gantt chart subcommittee, we may need to have further discussions having it sitting there for a month or 6 weeks or something not being used when the development team could have made good use of that time, I think is the question that we need to resolve. Any other comments or questions at this point? Commissioner Kutagawa.
I think based on what Jamie just said, I thought, I guess I thought that you were waiting for us to say yay or nay, but if you're just going to go ahead and move forward with it, that's fine. I think with that said, I'd like to propose that we do go ahead and also include Thai and Hmong as the additional languages. I think the reason why we're saying, by the way, I think the reason why we're saying 12/13 is that Chinese is let's just call it the 12th language, but because there's both, in this case, to Commissioner Yee's point, there's the simplified, from a written perspective, there's the simplified and the traditional. And then I don't know if there's going to be like any kind of oral kind of need in terms of instructions orally, then that would also then add that level of complexity that Commissioner Yee talked about. But that would then require a need for Mandarin and Cantonese. It shouldn't really change then the numbers. So there would be 13, but I would like to propose that we go forward and include Hmong and Thai as part of the languages that would be translated.
Commissioner Lamont?
I think that we as a commission should, since we have this clarity, and I'm glad we do, that I think Commissioner Kutagawa just highlighted. I do think as a commission, we should weigh in on our position on statewide databases moving forward with the 12-13 languages and whatever else we want to weigh in on with regard to that. So I don't know how we want to formally weigh in, if it's just simply saying we understand X or we want to vote that we support that. I'll leave that up to the chair and our legal counsel, but I do think that we should take a position, particularly since we have given such attention to this process from a research point of view, as well as the, I think, very important discussion that was had today.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Anyone else before we go to public comment? Okay, Jesse, could you read the instructions for public comment, please?
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 915-055-32099 for this week's meeting.
Hey, I'll have to give you an update. I was actually thinking of writing you something this weekend, but I didn't get to it about where the
Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You'll also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment at this time. Chair, there are currently no callers in the queue.
But Commissioner Akutagawa has essentially recommended or indicated that she would like us to proceed with endorsing the 12/13 languages and that we add Thai and Hmong. Commissioner Sinai.
I'm sorry. I'm still concerned though that we may get a bill that we don't know how to pay. So should I just not be worried about that? Because usually I'm not worried when it comes to outreach, but I want to make sure, is there any caveat we can put up to a certain amount? Or if I'm the only one who not that cares, because I know we all care, but if I'm the only one concerned, I'm very okay stepping back.
I guess the way I'm looking at it, and Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, if you have a budget at this point for the 12/13, that adding 2 is not going to cost as much as those 12/13. It's going to be some fraction of that.
That is what we are anticipating. Yes.
Well, I mean, I would anticipate that, at the maximum, we'd be talking about being able to do it under the $10,000 limit for personal services contract, or whatever it's currently called. Director Claypool?
Yes, I think at this point you're accepting the number of languages. I don't think that anything in here would prohibit us from taking a step back later once Jamie can give us a better idea of what it would cost. So I don't think, unless I'm incorrect, Jamie, you can tell me, I don't think we're committing entirely to anything other than believing that this should be the number of languages we pursue, and then find out what the cost is, and then have another discussion if it becomes prohibitive at that time.
Chair.
Thank you. Certainly. So so we will proceed with the top 12 languages, and then we won't proceed with engaging with translation services for these additional languages until we can bring that to the subcommittee and the subcommittee can convey that to the full commission.
Very good. Commissioner Lamont.
So the cost we're talking about is specific to Hmong?
And Thai.
Oh, Hmong and Thai. Okay, so we're expecting no bill for the 12/13, which is the 2 Chinese languages, being utilized. So we're saying yes to, we're potentially making a decision on that, and then we're asking to pursue Thai and Hmong, and will let us know the cost before moving forward. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say in support of Commissioner Sinai that I agree as we go into voting for things, I think it's always important that we know the dollar amount, small dollar amount or larger dollar amount when possible. And so when she said it's, made that statement, I just wanted to support that, Commissioner Sinai, I think as a general rule. And I was glad for the clarification, because I understood the way we were moving forward is that we were going to accept the additional languages and pay for them, whatever the cost. And then Commissioner Lamont's just confirmed that indeed we'll just be looking at a recommendation, which sounds actually different to me than what we initially stated. Thank you.
Chair.
Director Claypool, did you have your hand up? Okay,
No,
Jesse?
I didn't.
Chair, there's currently a caller waiting in the queue.
Okay, if you could invite them to speak.
Hello.
Good
Can you hear
morning,
me?
caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, it is Julia Marks, JuliaMarks.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Julia Marks. I'm calling from Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Asian Law Caucus. And I wanted to first say thank you very much for this incredibly thorough and thoughtful analysis of language coverage in other contexts. And I do think it's a good starting point for figuring out what the Commission's language coverage might look like overall, and then also specific to the COI tool, which I understand is the subject of today's discussion. I just wanted to draw your attention to a letter that was submitted by a coalition of organizations on Friday. We sent it to the public comment email address, and I just want to make sure you all saw that. While we think looking at the numbers is a good starting point, and that is reflected in the top 12 approach by the census and the top 12 approach that we recommended with partners in our bigger outreach recommendations. For something like the COI tool, which will be kind of an essential part of providing comment to the Commission, we would recommend that you look beyond those top languages. And I appreciate the recognition that languages like Thai and Hmong have, a fair amount of linguistic isolation and fairly significant populations, where including them in the COI tool translation list would be helpful. I do think there are additional languages that should be added to the list of kind of second tier for coverage. I recognize that there are some cost limitations and appreciate the commitment to, at a minimum, do the top set of languages. But if it is at all possible to find some extra budget to add more languages to the list, I think it would be very beneficial. Some of the key languages mentioned by partners and in the conversation you all had today include Pacific Islander languages and African languages beyond Arabic. I'll also note that those aren't covered in language access and voting laws for kind of categorical reasons. So language access and voting only provides a partial snapshot of what the needs actually look like on the ground. One thing that's important to keep in mind is even if a community is fairly small in number, that doesn't mean that they don't have a lot to say. And if a community has been historically left out of these processes for numeric reasons, we don't want to depend so much on numbers here that we inadvertently continue to leave them out. And sometimes seeing a tool in your language is both essential to providing access because it allows you to fill out the form and navigate the platform. And it's also important as a signaling mechanism that this process includes you and includes your community and that you belong as a voice to the Commission. And so while we understand you can't translate everything you do into 15 or 20 languages, the COI tool will be something that community organizations will be directing their community members to provide input to you all. And so having that tool and that portal in language will facilitate that. If a group holds a workshop in Samoan and then can direct someone to a tool in Samoan, that will help kind of close the loop on that process. So community orgs are doing the outreach, but then have an in-language connection to your work more directly. So we would just strongly encourage you to consider a slightly longer list for the COI tool and to consult our letter and additional community groups to determine the scope of that additional list. Thank you.
Ms. Marks, do you have specifics that you want to suggest at this point?
Yes, so I would uplift Thai and Hmong from your prior conversation, and then inclusion for Pacific Islander communities is also very important. So Samoan and Marshallese and Tongan. And then some key African languages are Somali and Amharic. And I also understand that representatives from PANA will be presenting or have presented, and I would recommend further consultation with them for African languages.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Lamont.
Yes, I just wanted to say that thanks to the caller for the comments. I think this just underscores what we've already been talking about. I think it will be important for us to communicate to the public that, while the COI tool is a tool, that we are looking at other ways of being able to get information from other groups. And we also aren't necessarily weighting the COI tool as the mechanism for getting us the information that we need. And I think that we have to keep reinforcing that message. Because I think when we're talking about specific things, like in this case, the COI tool, if that is lifted up as that's going to be the mechanism without contextualizing that around us really understanding, and I think the amount of time and effort that we're putting into exploring, inviting, etc. We're not just doing this as an exercise in terms of bringing in groups and like we had in our last meeting, the group that spoke to the African languages, etc. But we are looking at other mechanisms and tools for being able to get the information that we need to be able to do the job that we want to do. So I just wanted to put that out there that the COI tool, while it's popular, it's understood, it's been a fixture in this process, we won't be limited to that. At least that's what I've understood from the efforts of the Outreach Committee, the Global Access Committee in particular that we created. And I'm very, very proud of the work that the Global Access Committee is doing. And that was the whole purpose in creating that Global Access Subcommittee, is to look at other avenues, tools, ways for us to reach communities that won't rise up with a COI tool based on a numeric approach to language choice, but doesn't mean that they're going to be overlooked consequently.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Sinai?
I was going to say something similar to Commissioner Lamont's, that we are very aware that the tool may not be, the COI tool, the communities of interest tool may not be the most accessible tool to all communities. And we're really looking at accessibility, and we have committed to weighing all input equally. I also wanted to ask Ms. Marks, on your outreach, the work that you're all doing on redistricting, what languages have you all chosen, your organization, not all 5 of the groups who have gotten funding, but for your organization, is there specific languages that you're focusing on? Ms. Marks, I think you're on mute. I mean, you are on mute.
Jesse, could you help?
Please plus *6 to unmute yourself. Caller.
Yes. Okay. Hi. Now? Yeah. So we work with Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. So it is a significant number of languages. Our program directly doesn't work with, all of the Asian American and Pacific Islander languages identified in this letter, but many of our partners do. So, there are Pacific Islander groups in the Bay Area where we're located, who we are hoping to do workshops with, so that even though their communities might not be significantly sizable on a statewide basis, when looking at lines for, Bay Area map drawing, it will be important to bring their voices to the table. So through our partnership with those smaller community-based organizations, we're able to help enrich, the field of information coming in.
Very good. Thank you. We are required to take a 15-minute break. I see that we do have another caller. Can our caller, I want to bring this topic back onto the table later in the day, but we need to move on at this point.
Can we quickly take the caller since they're already there?
Okay. Staff, are we able to take one more call?
That shouldn't be a problem, Chair.
Hi. Oh, sorry. Hi, can I speak now?
Yes, could you
Yes,
please state
please.
your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Janine Ericat.
Could you spell it as well, please?
Yes, Jeanine.
Okay, the floor is
Last
yours.
name. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all to the State Commission for having us all here today and for allowing me to make my public comment. My name is Janine Ericat. I'm with the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans. I spoke to you all 2 weeks ago about the diversity of African language refugee communities and the different languages. I just wanted to flag that Arabic is not the language that most African refugees and immigrants speak here in California or more broadly in the United States. In fact, most of these communities speak Somali, Swahili, and Amharic, and having it in Arabic and the assumption that they'll be able to engage in the process is doing a disservice and leaving them out of the process. So I would advocate and push forward including Somali and Amharic and Swahili into the process because we have large numbers of these populations throughout the state of California to engage in the process. Thank you all again for allowing me to speak today. I know you're about to go onto your 15-minute break. And thank you all earlier, 2 weeks ago, for the opportunity to present on it. That's all I just wanted to bring up. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Ericat. Thank you very much, everyone. We are back from our break, and it is time for Director Claypool's report.
Morning. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So to start with, I'd like to discuss some of our new hires. Obviously, we have brought on board our new communications director, Mr. Seha, and he's present with us today. We also added Gloria Pacheco, who you had approved in a past meeting, and she's helped me in the past week by putting together the budget projections for the commission through June 30th, 2022. And she'll be working on our budget during her tenure with the commission, and she will also be tracking or assisting in the tracking of the commission per diem and the travel expense claims. We're still working on to get the Deputy Executive Director position established with the Department of General Services Human Resource Department. Over 2 weeks ago, we were assured that the position had been moved to the Department of Finance into the State Controller's Office. However, we cannot get further information beyond this report. As a result, Kari Marshall, our Chief Counsel, sent a letter to the DGS Office of Legal Services asking that office to intercede on our behalf with DGS HR, or we will elevate the issue with the Director of the Department of General Services. It has not been positive this week in this regard, and so we will monitor this and very quickly write a letter to the Director if necessary. We will run that through the Chair and the Vice Chair. We're continuing to reach out to the Department or to the Census California individuals from that organization who'd like to work with the commission, and we have particular interest from one person in that organization that has procurement and contracting experience, and that individual has sent us her resume. So we will be looking at her as well. So it is that is a positive note. Procurements. Roll was supposed to get the new commission cell phones last Friday, and Verizon has once again put us on hold because of back order. And on the 19th of this week, we're supposed to get an update on when you will receive those phones. There are 21 of them on order, and it's as frustrating for us as I'm sure it is for you. But that's the status of our phones. Status of our procurement of computers. We have 17 on order that Commissioner Anderson okayed with the, or actually Commissioner Anderson, I shouldn't say that. Actually, it was okayed by the full commission as being what was necessary and what you desired. Raul has completed that entire process of pushing them through, and now we're waiting to find out the date that we can get those computers. Again, this is always with the acknowledgement that this is running through the Department of General Services, so I always hold my breath until the package arrives. And but hopefully there will be no more glitches with that. Are there any questions about the phones, the computers, or anything else that I've said before I move on?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, Director Claypool, can you have a computer sent to me? My audio went out, and if you recall, I was having issues at the last meeting.
Yes.
So at the start of this meeting, the audio went out, so I had to switch out computers. So
okay,
if I can get something sent to me, because I'm thinking our new computers won't be here for a while.
Okay, and we can certainly get that done. I'll make a note of it right now.
Thank you.
If it would make it easier, I could arrange to meet you somewhere, Commissioner Fernandez, since we live not too far from each other.
That would also be good as well. Thank you.
I'll work
So
with
we'll
Raul.
talk offline.
What?
Thank you.
I'd actually thought about putting it on my bicycle and just dropping it by Commissioner Fernandez, but I think Marian's probably a more sure bet. So no other questions before I move on? Okay. Department of Finance. I spent a few hours last week talking with our contact at the Department of Finance, working over the various facets of our budget. And then on their recommendation, I moved over to working through Raul and Ms. Pacheco, our budgets person, to working with fiscal services at the Department of General Services. The Department of Finance requires certain budget requests for funds that are locked up. A good example of that is our $2 million for outreach. It's locked up, and we're supposed to give them a 30-day request for that money before they'll release it to us. So they actually send on that request to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, and JLBC is the one that gives the final approval. When we check with fiscal services, it appears that we have access to all of your budget right now. So there's a discrepancy between how much we could actually access right now between the two organizations. Fortunately, the organization that is responsible for our budget says that we can have it all. But I'm sure the Department of Finance is going to say that we need to send in the letters to release that portion. It's a 30-day letter, and they don't like it to come a lot sooner than 30 days. I had proposed to our person at Finance that I just send the letter over right now, and he was, do you need it in 30 days? And I said, well, no, we'll need it in January when we start our outreach. And he said, well, then we'd like to have it in December, 30 days ahead of time. So we're monitoring the dates that control your funds. And we're going to know by the end of this week exactly what we have actual access to and what we don't. And on the next report out to you, I'll be able to be more specific about exactly the state of your being able to access those funds. The budget, the projected budget. I sent over a document to all of you. I hope that you have it. That document, unfortunately, has not been posted because it was, there was miscommunication and it was late getting to roll. Several documents have, in fact, have not been posted because of how late they came to roll last evening. So we can either discuss the budget now or we can come back to it later. It's up to you, Chair.
When would we be able to come back to it?
Well, that's a thing. We would have to tack this on to either tomorrow afternoon or to Wednesday afternoon, because I do not know that it will get posted up in time for the discussion today.
Okay. We're not going to take any action on it at this point.
We are not. It's just a very high level view of the projected costs. And there will be plenty of time for public comment on it once the public can see it.
Right. So I would I would personally think that we could proceed, but let's hear from Commissioner Fernandez.
I would prefer that we not discuss items until they are posted and the public does have a chance to review the documents. And I'm only saying that for myself as well, because I know some of the items were sent to us late. So I would appreciate a little bit more time to review it. I realize we don't like to push things off, but it makes it challenging when I'm trying to review it at the same time that everyone else is trying to review it. And then the public hasn't even seen it yet. So that's just my recommendation.
Director Claypool?
I perfectly, I understand completely, Commissioner Fernandez. It was actually sent forward on Friday, but then I waited to find out exactly how we wanted to handle it. The reason I say that is because there are different parts of it that are fairly high that we don't know, that we're taking estimates on. But in the end, it was decided to release it, and so the soonest I could release it was yesterday. But it was done sooner. It was just there were just issues about what it was going to say, and it might generate more questions than it answered. But if it's okay with Commissioner Kennedy, we can push it.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This has been an issue now for 3 months, and we keep being told that posting things publicly, once we get staff, we keep upping our staff, and the issue seems to get worse, not better. Excuses get made. We sent our outline of instructions to be posted on November 11th, and to be told that, oh, we never got it, or we never heard it, we never saw it, it wasn't clear, is not fair. I know others have, having to hear from the public that a letter was sent to us on Friday, but we haven't seen it, is embarrassing. This cannot continue this way. We need to be prepared before meetings. We need things posted. The public needs to be able to have our respect and be prepared and be able to read things so that they can be prepared. I really sometimes I feel that we are not, there's something, I'm sorry, but I don't feel that we have been made a priority. The commissioners have been made a priority, and the public has been made a priority when it comes to information. And yes, maybe some of the subcommittee reports arrived on Friday. You all should just have a plan so that it gets posted ASAP. We are, doing this as volunteers, and we get paid some, but we also have full-time jobs, and we're doing the best we can. Staff, this is your full-time job, and I can't believe that one more meeting has gotten here.
Commissioner Lamont?
I agree with Commissioner Sinai. I do want to add something to that because I, as the vice chair, have been a part of numerous meetings leading up to this meeting and even preparing for the next set of meetings. And probably former chairs and vice chairs know what goes into trying to get all of this coordinated by the time we hit go at the meeting. And it is a lot. And I know I can't speak for any other team except the leadership that Commissioner Kennedy has brought to this process. And I think we all know Commissioner Kennedy's reputation since day one of being thorough and intentional, etc. And he has been throughout this process. He got way out in front of it. And so there's a lot of people on our commission, and we haven't mastered our process yet. So I'm not disagreeing with Commissioner Sinai, but I am asking us to temper our frustration with the reality. I don't think this is a result of our staff not caring. I've been in too many late weekend night meetings with the staff in this process to get behind that feeling. It doesn't change that we're not getting the outcome that we want, but I don't think it is negligence in the point of not caring and not trying. So I just feel like it would be unfair, having participated in this process and observed it in working with the staff, that I not say that. So it isn't an excuse. It doesn't change what we need, because we do need this stuff in advance. And we've had meetings about actually deadlines for getting things in order for them to be posted, that we as commissioners have to respect as well. So we just have to be mindful of that. And this has nothing to do with the specificity of any of the things that you've uplifted, Commissioner Sinai, that specifically did not get posted. But I just want us to continue to refine the process, to continue to refine our communication and our interaction with our staff, and let them know that we do support them as well, and we do need what we need. So it definitely is not any kind of excuse for letting them off of the hook. But I do think it is important that the commissioners understand, at least from the last probably at least 2 weeks, what's been happening behind the scenes with the meetings that at least I've been involved in.
Thank you. Any further comments? Commissioner Turner?
I'm grateful for the comments and words that are offered. And I'm wondering if there is something that's not yet spoken that the commissioners can do to support, help with this process. Because Commissioner Kennedy, if you couldn't, I really have, minimal confidence that there's something different we can do, because you are very thorough. So I know a lot of us are still trying to get used to the way that the government, the state works on everything from phones to the process, to the required 30 days, but not too soon, but not, so that's different for a lot of us. But I'm wondering at this point, what is the recommendation? Is there anything at all that we could be doing different on our end that would assist in the process and avoid the delays and the delay in receiving the material?
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes, thank you for all of the comments. I agree. It is not helpful to not have any handouts for this meeting, knowing that there were many that were prepared. I recall in previous meetings, I believe it was Commissioner Vasquez who had made the suggestion of using some sort of program, such as, I think it was called Board Docs or something of that nature. And I believe there were others. I'd like to get an update on that. In addition, in terms of providing some concrete next steps, if I certainly recognize that there have to be a ton of emails, coming to Director Claypool. We've hired additional administrative staff. Is there some, and I certainly recognize Raul also is perhaps tapped out. I'm not sure. Is there someone else that we have hired recently who could assist with this to ensure that, before the meeting starts, everything is in place, right? That our full agenda is there, all of the documents are there. I get it. And I know, I also, especially for the VRA subcommittee, we were hustling and I believe got everything out by Friday. But, things are falling through the cracks. So what are the specific recommendations? For me, I think I'd like to hear that update on the board docs or some other kind of system to manage all of our documentation. 2020 is a totally different year. There's new technologies out there, and I think we need to be using them. And also, what's the other staffing that we can put towards supporting this effort?
Okay, Director Claypool.
Thank you. So yes, there's a lot of traffic that comes through, and I get tired of a little bit of thinking of giving you just reality and having it referred to as an excuse. We have the same part-time person who's updating for us now that we had 2 weeks ago, and we're looking for an IT person. We've interviewed several, but we don't have that person on board. So we are still in the situation where we have to wait until the evenings to get things posted for us because we don't have anyone else who can do that. We also have a situation where we have some of you commissioners are very, very good at sending your information and saying, this is what I want posted, please post it. For those individuals who have sent us that information gets posted. But when we get information from someone and from a commissioner, and that information says, this is what we're proposing, and then says, oh, don't post, and then comes back and continues with a line of information, but that never says again, post this document. We don't know what to post, and we're not sure when we're supposed to post it. We need very specific instructions on what is supposed to be posted, and that would be very helpful. It's when each one of you says, here, would you distribute this to the commissioners and then post it, it gets posted. But that's our dilemma. So the solution to this, oh, by the way, for the on the board docs, I had spoken with Commissioner Ahmed, and she had talked about looking into that, and she and I are working on that and speaking about that. I don't know how labor intensive it is. I don't know how much it costs. I just know that I've looked at where it's being used. That's as far as I've gotten with what we're doing. As far as staff coming aboard to help us, we now have Mr. Seha, and he will be helpful because he'll take a load off what we're trying to push out, and hopefully we can bring staff on for him so that person can take over the email that comes to us, that email general email box where that person referred that they had sent the letter. But at this point, we're still developing the staff we need to do what we're trying to do, and there are priorities that come aboard that just have to be serviced. And it's not a matter of servicing them ahead of the commission, it's a matter of servicing them on behalf of the commission. But my final statement would be, if you would just be very, very clear when you send what you're sending, exactly what you want done with it, then we will work with it.
Commissioner Sinai?
Actually, I'm going to pass, but I don't think that was a fair statement on me, since I know that statement was being pushed right on me. I think we were very clear on the previous emails, and I think that the director can always pick up the phone and ask.
Director Claypool?
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. I sent 2 emails asking, is this what you want? Please tell me. I'm sorry, but when I send an email, I sent 2 asking you for confirmation, and I never received a response.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm glad that Director Claypool brought up our communications director, Freddie Seha, because I was actually going to ask him for, can you just, obviously you're sitting back and you're taking all this information, and I'm sure that you have experience in this area, and I'm sure that you'll have some very good recommendations. So obviously it's a hot topic for us, and I'm just looking forward to whatever recommendations you have for us. So welcome aboard, and you're gonna, jump right in. So thank you.
Commissioner Lamont?
I have to piggyback on that because I was thinking the same thing, Commissioner Fernandez. It was like, Mr. Seha, solve it.
Okay.
Commissioner Sinai?
I just want us to be careful with that statement, just because we really need Mr. Sejas focused externally, and not focused internally in on our administrative pieces. There was other people that have been hired for that internal piece. So let's just be careful how much we're putting on Mr. Sejas.
Commissioner Anderson?
I have a question. Rihanna is our person who has been posting things. What are her hours? You're not on. You're on mute, Mr. Claypool.
Thank you. Rihanna has been working for us on a part-time basis, and she works in the evenings after, and sometimes during the middle of the day, in conjunction with another job that she has. That's why we're looking to find someone who can replace her in that IT capacity. And we are interviewing individuals. So far, we haven't found anybody that we're confident can do the scope of the work that this commission requires, including doing something with your website and also doing something. So perhaps, I know that we don't want to put a lot of internal pressure on our communications director, but I believe he knows people that may be able to help us in this capacity. And so we'll certainly branch out through him to try to find somebody to fill this critical position.
Commissioner Lamont?
Yeah, I think Director Claypool kind of spoke to it. Yes, while it just raised the question that we haven't heard from Mr. Seha, so my comment was somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but I do expect you to be influential in the solve because communications is your area and this is part of it. So it isn't to say that your priorities are being set by solving our internal administrative issues, to be clear. But we're still waiting to get your proposal on your side of the organization. And as far as this web portion is concerned, the web redesign, et cetera, I actually was under the impression that was going to be under Mr. Seha's purview. So I'm not here to debate that now, but I do think it's appropriate and his involvement will be critical because this is also managing external communication that comes into us. So we still need to hear from you, your organization, and present that. And I want to respect that you haven't had the opportunity to do that. And we've kind of thrown you right into the spotlight. And I did that kind of playfully and fun. And I hope you received it that way.
Just a reminder to all of us that part of what we're dealing with is a WordPress-based system that is not widely used these days, and so the pool of individuals who have the skills necessary to manage a WordPress site is somewhat reduced compared to the talent pool that we will have access to when we're using more modern tools. So Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Anderson.
And I just want to clarify in terms of when I made the comment to our communications director, Seha, our structure is going to be pretty lean. And I feel that, and I don't know if this is the case, maybe this is what I'm coming away with, is all staff. I mean, I realize they're all going to have their specific core functions, but if there's something that needs to be done, they all step in and they solve it or help solve it. So that's kind of where I was coming from. If there's past experience that you can bring in to help us, then that's what I'm also looking at our chief counsel marshal. I mean, same thing. Not that it necessarily everything has to be in the legal area or but if they can help in other areas, then that's how I just see it as a team function and bringing from everybody's experiences and just helping to solve this and move us forward as we all go through this journey together. Thanks.
Commissioner Anderson?
I'll go ahead and pass.
Okay. Commissioner Sadwani, are you on the verge of wanting to speak?
Thank you for acknowledging that. Yeah, I just, in terms of staffing, and I so apologize because I don't recall the name of the individual that we hired. I know she had done roll call once or twice. My understanding was that her main focus was the agenda. So perhaps we can have just a little bit more clarity about what her scope of work entails. And if she could perhaps be a part of the solution here, perhaps rather, because I think one of the confusions just in terms of process is that for several documents, we also want input from the director and or from Raul. Certainly that was the case for the VRA. If it makes sense to, once something is done and ready, perhaps there's someone else that we send this to just to keep things a little bit more clear because it sounds like that is perhaps a part of the problem. So if I could get a little bit more clarity on exactly her scope of work, I think that would be helpful as well.
Okay. Director Claypool.
Yeah, so Wanda was and is hired to work with the agenda. She's only been with us for the last meeting and through to today, and we're working with her to first of all give us that summary of agenda items that the commission would like to have so that we can post it to you. She's finished the last summary, and we've gone through several iterations to make sure that it appears to be what you will find acceptable, and then I will push those onto you for your edits and so that they can be posted. She will get faster at what she's doing, but right now it would be a little implausible to unload all of the things that go with the agenda on her. There's also an issue that as a retired annuitant, she may not have the time in her schedule to actually take on that function. And if that's the case, then we're going to have to look around for someone else to handle it. Right now, the one thing I would say is it works well, or I think it works. Clearly it's not working as well as I think, but the process of working with the chair and the vice chair and working on the agenda and having the Friday and Saturday call to lead up has resolved a lot of the issues that we've had. It needs to be perfected. The process of getting things posted clearly needs to be perfected, but we have things that come in very, very late and it's hard to move them. And I think that as we move forward, we will get better at this. I do believe that Mr. Seha is going to be instrumental in helping us resolve some of these issues. I believe that the 1-800 number and the emails that come to us are part of communications because those are the individuals, he'll be able to shape and craft our message back out to people who are making inquiries. But to put it in perspective, Commissioner Fernandez is absolutely right. It's all hands on board right now. When something needs to be done, we move back and forth to try to take care of what needs to be done. So we will bring the staff that we've brought aboard up to speed as quickly as possible. And Ms. Sheffield will get to the point where she'll be working more with the agenda and less with the actual summaries of them. But it's just going to take time. It's not an easy process. This commission isn't an easy process. Did that answer your question, Ms. Sadwani?
I mean, I think it was a helpful response, but my sense, and I certainly, support that she hasn't been on board long. If we need this level of support with the agenda, was it the best call to hire a retired annuitant in the first place? If we need full-time support, should the recommendation have been for a full-time individual? And that's not a knock on her at all, but I'm just trying to better understand and assess the actual needs that we have. I think for me, I understand your response. I appreciate it. But clearly there's a lot of holes in our process. I certainly will try to continue to be patient as we work out this process, but I do hope that we can find resolution and that we can do it quickly. Certainly, as Mr. Seha has been mentioned multiple times, I definitely would love to see his expertise and support brought into this, but I am also very cognizant. He was hired for external communications, and of course there's overlap between internal and external communications, but I am concerned about, having some of this workflow kind of moving from one section of our organizational structure to another. But we'll wait and see.
Commissioner Turner?
Yeah. The Director Claypool, say again, what was the primary hire reason for Wanda?
To take over the agenda and to help with the meetings. That was the primary focus, was that she would come in and be able to help us with taking the notes for the meetings so that we could publish the summary that we're looking for, to help Marion, take the load off Marion and Kari in doing the roll calls and so forth, and keeping track of the motions that would be part of the summary. And finally, to assist with keeping track of the agenda and how it's constantly changing.
Okay. And the timing in the work required for pulling together the summary of the meetings post-meeting is of such, I guess it requires so much time to where that gets in the way of preparing for the next meeting?
On this one, for the week, the only week that Ms. Sheffield has been with us, she's been working on perfecting doing the summary. And I've continued working with the agenda with the chair and the vice chair. The hope is that we incorporate Ms. Sheffield into that process this next week, but there's just, like I said, a lot of moving parts. So right now we're moving her through the one process and then on to the next.
And I asked Director Claypool, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, at some point you or someone also alluded to the fact that there may need to be another hire. And so I just want to make sure, did I misunderstand? Did someone suggest in passing that we might need an additional hire for this process, and it's just...
No, not an additional hire for this. I alluded to the fact that Mr. Seha is going to need staff for what he's doing, and that part of that staff function would be to pick up the 800 number and our general email box, because those are people who are sending us comments, and then we need to shape our message back to them. So that was the hire I alluded to. And I will also say that there will be a hire with our deputy executive director. When that individual comes on board, they're going to need staff to help them too.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we weren't also talking about now, because of what we're needing in the topic that came up, talking about hiring in another support for this same need we have over on the agenda.
There's no plan on that. There are other hires that were on that organizational chart that we talked about 2 weeks ago that are still not filled. And that person was procurement and contracts. There was a hire for that and stuff. But no, for this particular position, and quite honestly, the reason we brought on Ms. Sheffield was because she was qualified and available as an RA. If it became necessary, we could go out and do a search for another person, but right now we're hoping to work with the people we have.
And just the last thing, because that might have been the word choice used before, another person. You mean a different person if we need to, not another person adding into. Okay.
Exactly. If the as always, if we're asking too much for the time that any individual who comes to work for us is willing to provide, then we would have to take that into consideration. That's all.
Okay.
Commissioner Lamont?
I'm sorry, the last comment I'll say, just so that I can be real clear on this, is because you said we hired her because she's qualified. So the issue we're having is one that's timing and not so much a training.
Yes, well, there's always a component of training. So Sheffield didn't come in having taken minutes for boards, but she was infinitely qualified to do what we're asking her to do. But right now, there's just a question as to whether when she came aboard, she was willing to put in as many hours as we might need for this process. You know, we were fairly clear that we're kind of a 24/7 outfit when we have things that need to be done, but we will have to make sure that fits in with what she believed she was hired coming on for, if you get what I mean.
Okay. Commissioner Lamont?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think that the agenda building process, and maybe some of the former chairs can really speak to this. I shudder at the idea that this would just be passed to the high Ms. Sheffield, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because it isn't just writing up an agenda. It's a pretty intricate and complicated process. And it would need someone at the level, to me, like Director Claypool, one of our, and probably multiples of our senior team as we move forward. It's not the administrative aspect of it at all that I think is the problem. It's a complex process that requires input. It requires strategy. I mean, hours were spent on this. Commissioner Kitty, you could speak from your perspective. It was not just, oh, well, okay, here's what the commissioner said they want to talk about. Let's throw together, not forget throw together. Let's put together an agenda to get through these 3 days that we have scheduled. It is a very intricate and complicated process. And so if that person is providing the administrative support, that's one thing. But I shudder at the thought that this is passed to someone, and maybe I misheard that she's being trained up to be able to take this over. Yeah.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, just to clarify, my mention of her was solely for the administrative piece. I certainly recognize that, you know, the high level nature of developing the agenda. However, it's the administrative piece that seems to be missing, that we haven't received the public comments and the documentation. We're missing the handouts for today's meeting. So to me, if either Ms. Sheffield or whomever fills that role could be a part of those conversations, understand, hey, there are going to be documents from these couple of committees, subcommittees for this upcoming meeting. Let me reach out to them. Let me make sure that as soon as it comes in, we can send it off to the IT person and get it uploaded, right? So that those pieces don't continue to fall through the cracks. So my mention of that was purely administrative, and certainly it was not a recommendation that the agenda crafting would be removed from Director Claypool.
Director Claypool and then Commissioner Fernandez.
So to confirm, that's absolutely well put, Commissioner Sadwani. I will not be abandoning the agenda process because it's too much of the process of what we do. And so I only intended to say that Ms. Sheffield was intended to help us with exactly what you said, and it was to help us keep track of what's supposed to be getting posted up, particularly to keep track of when presentations switch, because we have so many people who we need to honor their time. So that's it. It's the administrative side, and I will always be a part, as will the chief counsel, and to some extent Raul. We all play a part in it, and none of us are walking away. We're just needing some help with the parts that need to be kept track of. That's all.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, completely agree in terms of the administrative function, but then I also believe this has to be a full-time job because we're going to continue to have more meetings. So I would advise, I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to run your shop, but I would advise going out now for a full-time recruitment effort, because it's not going to, even once whoever's in this position learns the process, it's only going to get busier. It's not going to get, it's not going to lighten up so they can be a part-time person.
And I'll just, at this point, suggest that perhaps you add to her to-do list, sending out a reminder to subcommittees 1 week before the meeting about handouts, and then 2 or 3 days later, a follow-up. If that could be done, then that might help ensure that we have everything in time. And the posting is I see it as a separate issue, but we could at least have her sending out reminders to subcommittees well in advance of meetings to make sure that all handouts are to the staff in a timely manner. Director Claypool, we're back to you.
Okay. So we've talked about posting and distribution. The only other ongoing discussions we have right now, I've discussed the Department of General Services and our efforts with them. There is another issue that they believe our contracts somehow get let by them, when in actuality the first commission voted on them and we actually led our own contracts. So we're in the process of trying to get that straightened out. And then I talked about the Department of Finance and the 30-day requirement, and we will be sending out the 30-day notification for the $2 million on outreach, because I believe that Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Vasquez's plan would be to try to start with the use of that money in mid-January. So we'll craft the letter, and I will run the letter that we craft through the chair and the vice chair. And finally, we'll be talking about the release of the commission's RFPs that are coming up. They remain on track. The contracted services can be in place if we get the final proposals forwarded to the Department of General Services Office of Legal Services within the next 2 weeks, and we get a little help from DGS. And DGS seems inclined after Chief Counsel Marshall's letter or email to them seems inclined to step up their efforts on our behalf. So thank you, Kari, for that. And that, other than coming back to the budget once it's posted, is the end of my report.
Okay, are there further questions or comments for Director Claypool at this point? Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just make this quick. Our next meeting is scheduled for December 1st. I expect all of the agenda items posted by November 30th at the latest. All of the agenda items in our inboxes by November 29th. Thank you.
anyone else? Okay.
This is Commissioner Lamont. I have a comment.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I have a question. Did all the commissioners write that down? Because we have to back into that. I know I missed it, so I need it to be repeated if that's something that we're committing to, because it isn't just the staff that makes that happen. And Commissioner Kennedy, I know we're already working on the agenda for that, and we talked about how pressed that is. And I kind of feel like I get those deadlines. I get it, I understand it, but I think they can't be arbitrary. And I think if anybody should be speaking to what's needed when, should be the developers of the agenda. And so maybe what we need to do, Commissioner Kennedy, is to make sure that we send out or establish what that development schedule is in cooperation with the staff, and make sure that our fellow commissioners are aware of it. I don't know how you feel about it.
Well, the key discussion is later today when we talk about future agenda items, because as I pointed out, that agenda for the meeting beginning on the 1st of December.
Very good point. And that
has to post tomorrow.
Frozen. I think we're back. Can everybody wave? Oh, okay. Looks like we're all back. Good point. Thank you for that, Commissioner Kennedy. That's why Commissioner Kennedy put the agenda building on today's agenda. So I just asked Commissioner Ahmed if you reiterate those requirements during that session, I'd appreciate it. I get your point, though. I know where
Sure thing. I definitely will. I think this was just so Commissioner Claypool could also hear. Director Claypool would also be in that conversation, given everyone's repeated inputs about when we want items.
Well, and since since Director Claypool has concluded earlier than I had anticipated, I would suggest that we could at least start that discussion on agenda items for the next meeting. So at this point, I currently have VRA, and understanding that we are going to initiate our discussions on some VRA issues surrounding contracting and so forth, but that the idea would be to bring in an instructor to do some more in-depth training of the commission. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's our hope.
That is our hope. We don't have anyone confirmed at this time.
Okay, but I will have that blocked out on the agenda. Outreach, and unfortunately, Commissioner Sinai is not here. Is Commissioner Vasquez here? I'm not seeing her. Okay. I currently have from Outreach a request to discuss strategy for communities of interest tool outreach, and a discussion on civic technology. And then we have postponed from this meeting any discussion of further policies and the meeting ground rules, but we need to get back to those discussions. So that's what I have so far, and I am looking to all of you to let me know what else I need to fit into the agenda for next time. And actually, as Commissioner Lamont alluded, it's not just an agenda. I mean, I do a schedule and have everything broken down as to where during the meeting it's likely to fall so that we can do as best we can to alert the public as to when certain issues will come up. So, Commissioner Fernandez.
And we finally made contact with a Native American group that is willing to come. Unfortunately, they weren't able to come to this meeting, so we're hoping to bring them to the next meeting if there's time or if there's a slot for that. And then maybe at that point, Commissioner Kitagawa and I would probably also bring forward our recommendations. I think that was our intent. I'll let her speak on that too.
Okay. Oh, she's back. Yay. Commissioner Kitagawa, do you have anything on that at this point?
No, I would completely agree with what Commissioner Fernandez just said. We were hoping that we could get the speaker, but unfortunately he's not feeling well. So, and we did ask if there was someone else that would be available, but there wasn't. So if we could indulge the chair get their indulgence for the next meeting to have him be able to speak, I think we would love to have him also be the last of our speakers that we would include.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson.
On the line drawing RFP, you'll notice that we did not, well, we don't have posting for many things. That is not posted. Where it is much more involved than we realize. It's not just a scope of work, it's without getting into it. So we might, if we do not get that approved during our time of this meeting, we will need to do it for the December 1st to 3rd. At that point, it would be a final, but we do need the input time.
Okay. Commissioner Ahmed.
I just wanted to bring two items up for consideration. One was the suggestion that I just made in the previous agenda item about timelines for bringing forth our agenda packets. Yes, one part of it is the administrative part of posting and all that stuff, but the other part is on us to make sure that we compile all of our necessary items and have it shared with our colleagues in a timely manner. I get it from the chair's perspective, vice chair's perspective. There's so much that goes into the planning and the organization of the agendas, and especially at this point when the agendas are so packed and there's a lot of different information included. So given that, I would ask my colleagues to suggest, or we all come to an agreement, maybe a straw poll of some sort, to by which date we would have the necessary items for our specific agenda items in to the appropriate staff person for posting and releasing that information to the rest of the commission. My recommendation on those two dates mentioned of November 29th for our inbox and then November 30th for public posting was based off of the many conversations we've had over the past several months about how early we would need the items in order to review them in a substantive manner, as well as making sure that the items are posted for the public to review prior to our meeting. So I'm flexible with the dates. I would just like folks to voice their opinions and thoughts on that. The second item for consideration for the agenda, I think I would just need clarification in terms of the RFI for the VRA Council, because Commissioner Turner and I might have something of similar content to review and bring up for discussion regarding the data management piece, if there's time on the agenda for that. Thank you.
And I would like to refer the matter of the scheduling of meeting inputs to the Admin and Finance Subcommittee as part of the work that they're doing on ground rules for our meetings. So could I task you with taking a look at that and coming back to us with your recommendations? Commissioner Fornashari?
Okay, I'm not clear exactly what you're tasking us to do.
Just, we've heard Commissioner Ahmed's recommendations for deadlines. We just need a generic deadline and process for meeting inputs. So subcommittee reports, posting of public comment, and so forth.
Okay, so just let me kind of throw this out there and making sure this is what you're looking for. So something to the effect of, so if we work backwards from the meeting, all meeting materials will be posted at least one day in advance for the public to review. Will be emailed to the commissioners 2 days before the meeting, and the input from the commissioners will be to the staff 4 days before, so that the staff can turn it around and email it out. That's kind of what you're looking for?
Generically, yes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll work with Director Claypool and the staff to figure out what that turnaround time needs to be.
Right, and it just becomes part of the ground rules for our meeting.
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay. Commissioner Lamont and then Director Claypool.
Can we take up, this is not in lieu of taking up Commissioner Ahmed's request for this upcoming meeting, I hope. I do think that we need to look backwards from the upcoming meeting, because that's like a process that's still got to happen. So that's what I'm hoping, that we're going to do that in this meeting as well. And I think it also, I think that we have to think about changes too, like we have last minute stuff that comes in, and this is to the ground rules team. Sometimes there's just last minute things that have to get put up, and it may be that the commissioner will just need to share their screen and the post will come after. I mean, but you got to think through the different scenarios and kind of include some parameters around that as well, because we may box ourselves into a situation. We already know we have a lot of rules in how we can communicate things. And I think that this is kind of being born out of, ground rules are great, but I think this is kind of being born today out of a lot of frustration that has a lot of reasons for the frustration, all valid, but it's kind of an avalanche today. So rules won't solve this. Our communication will be a part of the solve. Our ability to be patient will be a part of the solve. There'll be several things that'll be a part of the solve. So what you created, at least by working with you, Commissioner Kinney, is just a really solid process. And I know it kind of puts you in a position as the chair, but I think if you can kind of give us some guidance on how to best support the next agenda, and that might end up being a foundation for, I follow you. So I could, of course, keep that going. I'll be the next chair, and Commissioner Taylor will be the next vice chair. And we've already begun talking about how we want to move forward and be in front of this. So I'm listening very carefully to the feedback from my fellow commissioners, so we can help facilitate the process with staff as well to make sure that things are happening. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Director Claypool.
So I just would like to go back and just ask one quick question, and it came out of a statement that Commissioner Ahmed had said. She said, "Would like to have the packet, all the things that are supposed to go to the commissioners, arrive on a certain day." So, are we proposing that for all of the things that get sent to us during the week that need to be posted up and need to be done? Are we proposing that we save all those and then send them out at once? Because right now, one of the issues also is kind of handling things piecemeal. We get a lot of requests. So this is a great article. We just send it out to everybody. And so keeping track of all the piecemeal issues like that, it would be better if we could, well, a bit better. I would hope it would be better if we just saved them all up and said, hey, this is everything that came in this week. And these are the considerations. There are merits to one, there are merits to the other. I would think that in some cases it would be better for people to get them along the way because you have more time to kind of digest it on your own pace. But it is another one of the things that we have to consider when we resolve this. And I mainly just said this right now so that Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Fernandez could give me the insight of their wisdom on this. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ahmed and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Just to clarify, this is the agenda packet, not email links that I find interesting that I want to share with my colleagues and by virtue share with the public, the agenda packet. So everything that is required for us to successfully go through the agenda. Thank you.
And okay, let me also, before we go to Commissioner Fernandez, point out that we have Thanksgiving the Thursday before the Tuesday meeting. So we have to take that into account in planning all of this. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I agree with what Commissioner Ahmad said. I hate bringing up, my school board because you're going to get tired of it, but it was so much easier just having everything that's associated with that agenda in one email. Because what I do now is I have to go back to like a week's worth of emails to see if there's something that I need to print out because it's not posted yet for this meeting. And I'm always afraid I'm going to miss something. So like the daily media feeds and every other communication that can continue daily because that would just be too overwhelming to try to do it all at once. So a package is the agenda package, everything that goes with that agenda for that meeting. And that way we have it all in one place. So that's my preference. And thank you, Commissioner Ahmad, for bringing that up.
Thank you. Marian and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Just a clarification, items that you want to send to all the commissioners just for their information and background are not automatically posted. The items that get posted are ones that you either discuss in your meeting or that you ask to have posted. But if it's just general information that you want to share with each other, that normally is not posted.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
I agree very much with both Commissioner Ahmed and Fernandez's comments. I know these were not my ideas from previous meetings, but an agenda with links to the handouts, I think would be extraordinarily helpful. Just keeping everything together is really what is needed for me at this stage. I'll never forget our first meeting in which I think we had like 16 different emails, each with different handouts. It is extremely difficult to keep track of all of these documents. And I can only imagine it must be difficult also for the public as well. So certainly it's a package. If it's possible to upload the handouts, create a link in the agenda so that even as we're going through the meeting, we can simply click a link and there it is. Certainly you can do that through WordPress. I know we have all of these issues with WordPress, but certainly that is something. And I would just go back to the prior recommendation. I believe it was Commissioner Vasquez who had mentioned board docs or some other system. Is there a person on staff who could just look into a system to help us manage all of this content? And I recognize, of course, that we need a whole new website, we need all of this, but at least all of these documents, I think we just need a better system.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I obviously we were working towards the full packet was posted the day before. You go to the website under meeting handouts, boom, there's everything. So that the day before you should be able to go click there and everything is there. And I believe that's, we're talking about getting a board packet, that sort of thing. What I would not like to see, however, is that is the only time we see them, because a lot of these items and things take time to really go over. And because things come up, that sort of thing, the idea that we're holding on to every item until we post it the day before or 2 days before in our case, that's not going to give us enough time on several items. So I would like to see the items come to us, but then there is the final 2 days before, this is where everything is. So during the meeting, we can, as Commissioner Sadwani said, you can go over and you can look, oh, there's the item, tick, 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 and look it up. That would be the ideal situation, and it's really not that hard to do. We certainly have, I know IT-wise, that's actually, it is easy, and it is easy in WordPress because we've done it. So we can just do that again. It's just a question of actually doing it in the time frame. So I would really propose that we do still get the items as they come in, because again, for the time frame, and particularly some of these, the RFP items, some of those things are very long. The outreach items, the plan, that requires deep thought. So thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes, and to our amazing staff. I cannot even imagine how hard it is to keep up with all of our desire and requests and what we'd like. Because at the very idea of getting things twice, it causes issue for me. I think we get too many emails, not too many in unnecessary, but there are quite a few already. So if indeed, because I would want us to honor what is necessary also for Commissioner Anderson, but I want us to consider then at some point differentiating the emails. If we're going to get emails that we need for the agenda items and email because commissioners think it's a great idea that we read it, and then another packet of emails when it's time to present, to actually have the meetings. I'm hopeful that maybe there can be some sort of differentiating factor that would say this is associated. I don't know if it's a such thing as color coding them, put a standard something in the front of them, something so that they can stand out, so they're all mixed in together and we're getting them twice.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Turner. I have shared with staff basically cover sheets and procedures that I have seen used by election commissions where, something that is for consideration is labeled a submission. Things that are just of general interest that come in are tagged as documents. There are memos, and each of those series has a numbering scheme to it, so that things are less likely to fall through the cracks. It's not. I don't know whether it's possible to come up with something that is absolutely 100% fail-safe, but I think by having cover sheets on things and serial numbers on things, it's a little more work, but it may help us keep better track of things.
Commissioner Vasquez, was your hand raised? Okay, thank you.
But since we have Commissioner Vasquez, and I believe you weren't here when we were discussing the agenda for the next meeting, I just want to make sure that we have from you and the outreach subcommittee anything and everything that you would like to see on the agenda for that next meeting.
I'm sure Commissioner Sinai said this, but just wanted to make sure, given how much thought has gone into the plan, we did want to make sure that we had a duplicate item for discussion and potential action for this week's conversation, just to build in a backstop for the conversation. But that's it.
Okay, and just so we're all clear, this will be part of our agenda review on Wednesday morning, but things have cleared from the agenda since the agenda was posted, and so we may in fact have time on Wednesday to not to have guest speakers about the partners 18-page recommendations document, but I think it would be useful for us to have an internal discussion on that. So I'm hopeful that we continue to have time on Wednesday to have an in-house discussion of that document. Commissioner Vasquez.
That actually reminds me, I'd like at some point to continue the discussion around ground rules and how we're going to work together. So not urgent, but to the extent that we have space, it might be nice to find a time.
That will be on the agenda for the next meeting, and the Admin and Finance Subcommittee is on it. I'm scanning to see if there are any other questions or comments at this point. Director Claypool, do you have anything at this point?
I do not until we discuss the budget.
Okay. Okay. Then I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and break for lunch. And definitely want to be back by 1:45. Let's make it 1:40. And we'll have public comment followed by introduction of the Chief Counsel and any report items from Chief Counsel and our interim counsel. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch break. We are now going to open up for public comment, followed by the introduction of our new Chief Counsel. So, Jesse, would you please read the instructions for public comment?
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 915-0553-2099 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment at this time. Chair, there are currently no callers in the queue.
Thank you very much. We will stand by for 2 minutes.
How was it, baby? Okay.
Okay, is there anyone in the queue for public comment at this point?
There are currently no callers in the queue, Chair.
Okay, we will proceed then. Marion, I turn it over to you for any report that you have and to introduce our new Chief Counsel, and we look forward to hearing from her.
Thank you. Well, one update before I turn it over to her. You all should have gotten a copy of the brief that was filed with the Supreme Court. I was pleased the way it turned out, and of course pleased that the Attorney General agreed to represent you all. I sent you a letter, a proposed letter thanking him, and unless I hear anything to the contrary, I'll go ahead and send that. So I hope you enjoy reading the brief. Now, introducing Kari Marshall, who you all selected as your new Chief Counsel, and I'm delighted to have her here. And she'd like to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be on board and here to do whatever I can to make your life a little easier. The next couple of weeks, I'm going to try to reach out to all of you individually, just to meet you personally and get an understanding of what I can do to make your life easier. All right, thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Are there any activities that you've already undertaken that you would like to report on?
Other than the fact that, as Director Claypool mentioned earlier, I reached out to DGS Cal HR, I'm sorry, DGS Human Resources, and I'm trying to work things out with them in terms of, administrative matters that are outstanding. So, for me to say anything more would just be duplicating what he's already said.
Okay, I have understood from, I guess, a conversation with the director that includes payment of our per diems.
Yes.
Looking forward to that.
I'm going for the money.
Okay.
Director Claypool, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point?
No, just to, other than to say that it's great to have Kari on board. Now we have two great councils, so we'll always be covered. So thank you, Kari, for coming aboard.
Thank you.
Excellent. Moving along faster than I expected, let me then take the opportunity to also welcome Freddie Ceja as our new Director of Communications and offer him the floor. We have plenty of time, so thoughts, suggestions, your background, why you, well, I guess we heard why you were interested in this, but maybe the public didn't. So the floor is yours, Mr. Ceja. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Perfect.
I was saying, since we have time, thank you so much. Since we have time, it all started in 1979 when I was born. I'm so excited to be here today. Thank you all for your courage to bring me on and for believing in me. I'm so excited to be here. It's my first day on the job, so clearly I don't have a communications plan in place for you, but I will have one shortly. I too want to connect with each and one of you individually to learn more about you and your story. As I mentioned in my interview, I will make that a point to have the public know who you are, have the public understand what we do and what the process looks like, and walk them through the way as we move along. I have already heard this morning that there's some headaches in getting information out to the public and even internally. So let me tell you that I am not afraid to take on responsibilities outside of my job scope. I think working for an elected official, you learn that right off the bat, that you wear multiple hats and you step in and you step up whenever you're needed. So if getting agenda items to you commissioners is an issue, then I will work with Mr. Claypool to get that under control and see how I can help out as a staff member now. So we will be introducing some ideas for a new website format. I've used Nation Builder in the past, and Nation Builder is great. It helps you build your database of contacts, but it's so easy. I can jump on right now, and if we had it in place, and make changes to the website, upload documents so that it's current and up to date and it's live. We also want to build our database so we can communicate to the masses through e-blasts, send out pertinent information, and the good old social media, which happens to be the preferred way of getting information immediately. I know that we don't have a presence right now, but that will change in the near future. We are looking at staffing needs for communications, somebody who would be on social media and creating content and graphics so that we can push that out. But more than anything, I think for the first week, I want to take inventory of what tools we have at our disposal to communicate to the public and see what needs to change and where I can make recommendations. Right off the bat, I'll tell you that the website is probably going to change. I already have some recommendations into Mr. Claypool. So hopefully we'll get that running immediately, and locking down a social media handle for Twitter and Facebook or whatever social media platforms we decide to use, so that they're all the same and people are not looking around for who we are. But aside from that, I bring 20 years of government affairs experience. I recently was with Senator Maria Elena Durazo, who's the chair of the Latino caucus. So already I'm bringing in those relationships. We are a body of 23, or were a body of 23, who met almost bi-weekly. So I have those relationships. If we need to communicate anything to that, please use me for that too, government relations or talking to the governor's office. But aside from that, I'm ready to work and I'm ready to jump in wherever needed. So I hear the frustration. I hear that this is the beginning of growing pains, but I have been here before. I've been board chair, I've been a board member for commissions, and I understand that of essence is getting the information that you need to make the decisions you need to make on a timely manner. So that's duly noted. Like I said, we'll work with the current staff to see how I can help out to minimize those issues.
Excellent, thank you. Director Claypool, just a question at this point. Did the 2010 Commission ever have a list that was specifically media, or were media just part of a bigger list?
So they, similar to yourself, they inherited the interested persons list that had been established by the state auditor's office, and in that list were media, but there was no separation of the media in that list, or segregation, so that they could be addressed more carefully. And really, their list was primarily pointed at just getting people to meetings. They never envisioned what this commission's envisioning with outreach and engagement.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that, you know, and this could also be part of what the data analytics, data mining subcommittee looks at, or not, or just the outreach subcommittee. But it certainly seems to me that we need a comprehensive media list for the whole state, in all the languages, you know, whether they're interested in the selection process or not. We want people to be interested in the redistricting process. And we have to count on all sorts of media to get it out there. You know, I'm now living in a small community where there's a newspaper that publishes twice a week, and a small community radio station that if you go too far down the hill, you lose very quickly. So, you know, but those are people that can really help us get the word out to the entire state. So we're very much looking forward to working with you to achieve some of these objectives.
Yes, definitely. So one of the tools in my arsenal that I've used in the past is a program called Cision or TrendKite. It's a media monitoring service. But in addition, what they've done is they have a comprehensive database of all statewide reporters, radio stations. And so you can look up contacts via geography or topic issue. So that's one of the things that I hope to bring on to make it easier to capture all those different media outlets, even the smallest ones.
And that brings to mind two other things. One is we've already had some of the members making successful media appearances, but I know from early discussions that there are members who certainly would like to have some in-depth media training, how to interact with the media. So we look forward to that. And now what was the second item? It escapes me now.
Okay. Well, and while you think of that, I did have in mind in those one-on-ones to chat a little bit about each commissioner's experience with media, and also sending out a survey to see what you as a commissioner think that we need as a body, and your likelihood or your experience with the media and how well versed you think you are. And if you do need media training, I'm more than capable of doing that. So I'll do one-on-one.
Yeah. So the second item was training of the media, because we know that the media and editors, both editors and journalists, may not have a complete understanding of who we are and what we're doing and how best to cover it. So look forward at some point to your thoughts on not just pushing information out, but also training the editors and the journalists in how best to cover this process.
Yeah, I can add that to the media plan, the communications plan.
Yeah. Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Seha. We're really excited to have you on, as well as Ms. Marshall. It's very exciting to finally see some additional growth in our staff. So I look forward to working with both of you. My question actually is for Director Claypool, and Mr. Seha, I love all of the ideas that you're talking about, and the tools all sound great. I'm assuming that there's a cost associated with many of those tools. So my question for Director Claypool is, how do we best support Mr. Seha in moving that forward, right? As we have discussed at length, there's a lot of components to contracts and other pieces. I would hate to have us caught up in some sort of long process. So I just want to kind of flag that for the full commission of how, without giving a complete blank check, obviously, to Mr. Seha, but how can we best support him in moving forward and actually bringing on these tools and, revamping our entire website and all of those things. Of course, there are costs that are associated with that.
So the primary support would be getting him the staff that he just referred to, somebody who can bring them on full time, that can actually work with our website, redo it. I actually embrace the idea of even getting rid of our website almost in its entirety and just starting again to get something that's easier to use, something that reflects more of the 20th century or 21st century. But having said that, for a lot of the things that Director Seha is talking about, there are probably things that can be purchased through personal services contracts, which we can do almost instantly. Those would be things up to $10,000. So depending on what these programs cost, we can bring them in fairly quickly. For things that will cost a little bit more, we would try to go to anything that would be on our CMAS contract list or something else, which is a quicker way to procure those services. So there are many ways to do this. It just depends on the potential cost. We already have the $2 million for the, did I freeze up?
No, you're good.
Did I freeze up? I'm back. We already have the $2 million for outreach, but that's been spoken for primarily in our other outreach effort. That doesn't mean that we can't look for some additional funds within our own operational budget to fund anything that would be larger than that. The important thing is to make the outreach and engagement plan work that you want, not necessarily, for the time being, I'll say not necessarily that we can afford. Let's see what we want, and then let's see what we can afford. If we need to scale back, we will. But I don't think we want to scale back from anything that that Mr. Seha will be doing, because it's just critical that the state gets to know who you are and what you're doing. So we'll fully support him, but first we need to see what he wants and how much the basic cost is. Okay?
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm trying to remember. Oh, I was going to see if our chief counsel also wanted to provide a background, her experience background. So that's my only comment. But welcome, Mr. Seha. Very excited about Ms. Marshall too.
I'll give you a little bit of my background as I iterated in a very lengthy interview. How can I say it? Worked with the Department of Technology for the past 8 years, and as acting general counsel and interim chief counsel. There I worked with worked on litigation, cybersecurity, multi-million-dollar contracts, communication issues when external and internal, and that's pretty much the short of the long. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the existing website, I mean, one of the things that I think we are generally agreed on is that, you know, we essentially need to pull all of the 2010 Commission content out of the 2010 website, archive the 2010 website, or keep it accessible to those who may want to access it for whatever reason, and come up with our own with links back and forth. I mean, we don't want to toss everything from the 2010 website, because that does have significant record value.
Commissioner Yee?
I'm so sorry. I think the idea is to migrate all the information over to the new website, so we don't lose anything.
Commissioner,
I don't know. Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. My sense is that the items that are historical just really need to be separate and not part of the 2010 Commission's website. Others may have other thoughts on that, and I think we've got some time, or it's on the list of suggestions for agenda topics, is to have a web design workshop. So if you want to let us know when you would like to do that and how much time you would like for that, we can make sure that that happens and get input from all of the commissioners. So, Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall, Mr. Seha. So good to have you on board. Welcome. Quick question for you, although technically I guess this is a question for Director Claypool, is simply whether you'll plan to be at all commission meetings. Is that the expectation for each of you?
Go ahead, Mr. Seha.
Yes, I will be at every meeting.
And my answer is, and that was my expectation. So we're already tracking. Thank you.
Same here for me. Teamwork makes the dream work.
There we go.
I have to scroll to check on Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Vasquez because they're not on my first screen. So
Got your back, Commissioner Kennedy. I'm watching.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Any other comments? Commissioner Sinai.
Just a reminder, if you want to get everyone on the same screen, just go up to the corner to the three dots and hide your self view. So you won't see yourself, but you will, then they all fit.
No. I'm not even finding the three dots, but anyway. Okay, we are moving along a good bit faster. We have a closed session beginning at 3 o'clock with the Department of Technology. We have we've really covered everything that we have on the agenda for today. So let me start calling on subcommittees, and we can get some of those out of the way from tomorrow's agenda. The action on the census subcommittee, Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo.
I think Commissioner Yee wanted to make a comment.
Nope.
Just wanted to mention that all the handouts for today are up, and so I don't know when Dr. Claypool wants to circle back to the budget discussion.
Very good.
So the thought was earlier when I spoke with the chair was that we would allow the public to see those at least overnight, and for you all to see it at least overnight, so that there was the opportunity to, or you've already seen it, of course, but the opportunity for people to kind of digest it before we discussed it. I can discuss it at any time.
Right. So if we can clear out the subcommittee reports element at this point, then we could theoretically slot that in at that point tomorrow, which would be noon. So, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes, thank you. Marion already gave most of our update. We, as was reported last time, the Attorney General finally agreed to represent us in submitting an amicus brief. We had a very quick turnaround for that brief. We received it, I think, November 12th and had 24 hours to get back to them. We did. We provided some feedback. I don't know, Marion, is the brief now public? Have they submitted it?
It has been filed with the court.
It has been filed. So that is publicly available. I don't know if we...
Do you want to have it posted?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to have it posted? It's lengthy, but we can if you wish.
I think it would make sense, and then we could even tweet it out that we've been involved in this, or certainly we could have, perhaps a first press release that we've been involved in this amicus brief for this Supreme Court case, particularly before it moves forward. The mention of the CRC was not particularly long in the brief. So I think certainly if we wanted to do a press release or other sort of social media, we could further expand upon the CRC's position, particularly I think being a bipartisan body. But I'll leave that to others to sort of
they did accept the suggestions that you made and included those changes, and you are listed as the second right after the state of California as a party.
Great. Perfect. So that's all great news. I don't think that we have any other updates. The case is coming up. I should also note, actually, just moments ago, I had been tasked by the commission to reach out to other commissions. As I had reported previously, I hadn't heard back from Arizona, Michigan, or Montana. Until just now, Michigan responded and said, of course, that the timeline was just too tight for them to be able to engage, but it was nice at least to have received a response. And so hopefully we can have additional communications with them as we move forward in this process if there is any. And I don't know, Commissioner Toledo, if you have anything more that you'd like to.
You did a great job. Thank you.
And of course, we don't yet have any further understanding of how the Census Bureau is planning to handle data releases.
Nope. They did say they expected to get all the information out to the states by the end of February.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be determined in terms of the transition, obviously, of administrations.
What the new administration might do.
Right. Okay, very good. Thank you. The hiring of the Deputy Executive Director, Commissioners Fernandez and Ahmed.
As Director Claypool mentioned earlier, the approval or the establishment of the position is, we believe, is stuck with the State Controller's Office. We have no way of knowing for sure. Needless to say, it's been a very frustrating process. It's taken 2 months from when we initially decided to do this, so it's way beyond the initial 3-week projection. So we're continuing to track it. Our chief counsel did reach out, and hopefully that will get some traction, but it's, I don't think anyone is more frustrated than Commissioner Ahmad and myself in this whole process. So,
but we are keeping the candidate apprised.
Yes, of course. We actually just met, had a telephone conference today at 12:45.
Very good. There is nothing new at this point from the Gantt chart subcommittee, but we do continue to invite input as members have ideas of items that they would like on there. It is intended both for our work as well as to be a resource for the 2030 Commission. So we're happy to add things retrospectively as well if they would be of assistance to our successors. So please keep that in mind. Line drawing RFP, Commissioners Sadwani and Anderson.
One thing, sorry, did we skip over the finance?
Yeah.
I apologize. Finance and administration.
It's okay. Let's see, we negotiated salary with Raul. Do we share that now, or do we share that in a closed session?
You share it now.
Share it now. So we came out to 132,000, which was just a little bit above the midpoint of the salary range. Kind of seemed about, in a relative sense compared to our other folks, seemed to be about in the right place. So that's concluded, and Raul is on board. I think that's it. Is there anything else? Commissioner Fernandez? That's okay.
Okay. Just as far, Commissioner Fernandez.
Our list just keeps growing, Commissioner Fornashari, in terms of what we have to do. But the next time we'll be bringing a couple more policies, I think, forward, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And so one of the other things I want to work with, just let you guys know, I want to work with Director Claypool and the staff and figure out where we're going to post these things or store these documents so that everyone knows where they are and can have access to them. So we'll work on that too. this, I think that our policy document will be kind of the guinea pig for figuring this out. And we'll get posted the policies that we've approved, and then the meeting processes that we discussed and approved. We'll get all that posted in this mystery location before the next meeting.
Perfect. Do you have an idea of how long you would like me to block off for the policies discussion during the next meeting?
I don't think they're going to be controversial policies, so I don't know. Let's say 20 minutes.
Okay.
You seem to be a super efficient chairperson, Chair Kennedy. Things are moving along quite expeditiously. And and the other thing you've assigned us to do is figure out what this process is for getting documents in, ensuring they're collected, getting them out to us. So we'll get with Commissioner Claypool and the staff and work through that process. Make sure we all and we'll bring that back next time too.
Perfect. Director Claypool?
I was just going to ask, do you know right now, Commissioner Fonashari and Commissioner Fernandez, which policies we're bringing forward? Those have been selected already, right?
Well, we have. Do you have a suggestion on? I don't remember off the top of my head which ones we picked.
Okay. But if we were going to also bring, am I frozen? Oh no. If we were going to also bring in the conversation about the process for bringing in documents and making sure that they're timely and stuff, we would need more than 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I would say that probably we should budget at least an hour for the conversation, Commissioner. I'm guessing. That'll be a hot topic.
We're going to get the process all figured out. It's just going to be streamlined.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
right.
No, but we need more time. Yeah, 45 minutes or an hour probably then.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I did find the email of which ones we're going to have. I don't know if that's pertinent though. We were going to do the records retention and the staff code of conduct. Those would be the two that we'll bring next time.
Okay. Let's skip over to the troubleshooting subcommittee. Commissioners Lamons and Anderson.
Well, I'm pleased to report not a lot going on, but I might jump in with a yay. I did hear that Raul has actually received our cell phones. They might have come in a box. I walked in as Raul came into the group, and so I might jump in with that to say, wow, good job, troubleshooting committee. Actually, it's a good job, Raul. Thank you very much. And nothing else on those. We were, of course, we're looking at the website, which I think we're more than pleased to turn over to our new communications director to work out bugs with that. Obviously, just finishing up what we have, and moving into our new system. So with that, I don't think we have anything else, unless Commissioner Lamons.
No, we don't. We're just an invitation to fellow commissioners. If there are things you'd like us to look into, let us know.
Not seeing any hands up. The lessons learned subcommittee. Commissioner Ahmed, do you have anything at this point?
We have a hand from Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, I am wondering if the troubleshooting committee has capacity that maybe staff doesn't at this very moment. Perhaps you could consider looking into board docs or some other system in terms of pricing and what what those services provide, just so that that can be handed off to our communications director, because many of those are often synced with the website. So it's both an external communications platform and an internal administrative platform. We can leave that to staff to do, but thought they might appreciate some additional scoping.
Yeah, I think I'll respond to that. I think Mr. Seha spoke to that issue a little earlier, and he has some ideas. So we prefer not to. I prefer and support my fellow subcommittee member in turning that over to him. And if there's anything that he would like us maybe to troubleshoot on his behalf, we're really a resource to the fellow commissioners. And I do also want to say that there were some things that were put forward to us specifically by Commissioner Ahmed. And I just want you to know that we will be passing those things along to Mr. Seha as well. So we haven't dropped the ball on that. We're just waiting for the communications director to come on board, and we'll pass those things over. So again, if there are any things that you feel you'd like us to troubleshoot, of course, send it our way, and we will do that.
And on, Mr. Seha, I didn't mean to essentially dump. Oh, we're done. If there's any, if we can facilitate the little bit that we know, we're more than happy to share with you. And you can say that, you can sum that up in a couple of minutes and move right on, but we're more than willing to help.
Very good. The Data Analysis Subcommittee?
Thank you, Chair. So we have been renamed to Data Management Subcommittee. So we are no longer Data Analysis Subcommittee. We have quite a few things that Commissioner Turner and I would like to share. We have, since our last meeting, we talked about meeting with Marcy Harris from Popbox. She was able to connect us with some additional colleagues of hers. So we met with Stu Schulman and Amy O'Hare. And then we also reached out to, per Chair Kennedy's recommendation, U.S. Digital Response, and we met with Alex Elaine and Robin Carahan from USDR as well. And we've had some really insightful conversations. I think the biggest bummer that we learned was there's no magic button that will take all of the different types of data that we are going to receive and will rely on to help us in this process. So we're going to have to figure out a way to manage all of the pieces that will be coming in. We have a few more conversations in the works. We have not scheduled those yet, but we are awaiting responses on those. And then kind of a little bit ancillary, but still related to our conversations about civic technology. So Lori Schellenberger did reach out to Commissioner Turner and I after our last meeting, specifically on the topic of civic technology and the conversation that we were having and how that relates to our work. And she sent over some resources and some articles about that topic. And upon further review of the content that she shared, from what I understood of civic technology is the use of technology to engage people in the civic process. So that could be anything and everything under the sun at this point. She actually shared an article that was posted on Medium by Derek Poppert. I have reached out to the author, awaiting a response to see if we can connect, potentially looking at the overlap between the work that the Data Management Committee is doing and our future recommendations and civic technology. In that same email that Lori had sent us, she also recommended for us to connect with Annalise Grimm from Code for America. We have been in contact with her and we are scheduling a meeting with her as well. And the biggest thing that I think from the resources that she sent, which should be forwarded to the group at some point, about civic technology that I understood is that it's not a one and done type of thing. It should be incorporated across all of our engagements. So how we take public comment, how we communicate with the community to submit, I don't know, from the LOI tool, COI tool. And so it was just a reminder for ourselves that, yes, we're going to actively and specifically engage strategies and methods to incorporate civic technology in the data management piece, but that's also something that everyone else should consider in their subcommittees as well, and in the processes for our commission as a whole. And then lastly, we are in the early stages of putting together an RFI based off of the different conversations we've had with folks in terms of what type of support and expertise that we would need in order to manage all of the different types of data that will be coming in. And so at this point, I think what would be helpful for our subcommittee, which I think I got some understanding from the information that Sadwani shared about the VRA Council and the process that they are going through, is that the RFI process could potentially be faster than an RFP. Maybe. The RFP, from my conversation with Dan, is 80 pages, and I'm sorry, I don't know anyone who wants to read 80 pages of legalese, and even if it's template language, if it's in there for a reason. If it didn't matter, it wouldn't be in there. So we're just trying to figure out what is the best way to get someone on board to help us with this work in an expedited way. Something that I learned that I'm not sure if everyone else is aware of, or maybe you all are, but if there is a publicly funded university within California and or a publicly funded university across the U.S. who has an agreement with California, it would fall under an interagency agreement, which I believe Commissioner Sadwani had highlighted in their process as well. So that's just something for us to consider. We're going to continue with our conversations, and we're hoping that next meeting in our update, we have something more substantive for everyone to react to in terms of recommendations of what types of expertise we would need in someone for the data management piece, and have a broader conversation about that topic. Commissioner Turner, I will turn it over to you before we go back to the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Amazing always. It's been just such a pleasure to be a part of the subcommittee and just working through all of the interesting conversations. I think at some point we will also look to have some of the speakers come to the full commission to be able to answer questions, because the opportunities, I guess, are broad, and as far as directions we can go and choose to go, even to carry on some of the language access conversations or the language as it relates to the COI we talked about earlier, and decisions that we make as far as the additional languages will also even impact this process that we're looking at, as far as language that comes in one way. The system, yes, will be able to also handle most languages, but it still then will give us an output in the same language, which means we'll still need interpretation again. So I just mentioned that here because of today's conversation. I'm thinking, when we spend additional money, it won't just stop there. Still may be the right thing to do, but we'll need to include all of that as we're thinking through how we're going to provide language support in this entire the process in its entirety. So we'll bring some of the speakers in directly, but I think I'm smiling only because I think we started out with one of our first calls that we had was definitely encouraging structure. Make sure that you're getting everything in a structured way, and all of the variables and all of the amazing ways we want to take it in video and audio, and we want to have it in person at some point, and we're going to use the COI tool. And we felt like initially we ran into just kind of I felt like we ran into almost a brick wall of like, yes, don't do it, structure. But anyway, we've had several conversations since then that provided some variety. So we'll continue talking about it and give you some summary of everything later when we make a recommendation of which way we should actually go. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, that's all very exciting, and I think represents some excellent steps forward for us. That's going to be very instrumental in our success over the long term. So thank you.
Chair Kennedy, I think
Yes.
one other thing I just wanted to say, we were really excited too about your recommendation on the U.S. Digital Response Team, because I think we will end up with a discovery sprint, which is an entire, well, I'll say an entire team, but it could be 3 or 4, techie type people that will come in, that will just answer questions, allow us to talk at them, to kind of determine what it is we need. And so I thought, oh, this is pretty cool. We're going to have a whole team of people that's dedicated at providing us what we need. And you're right, it so far looks like that way, that particular part will not cost us any money also. We'll see.
Excellent. Excellent. Any questions for the subcommittee? Commissioner Sinai.
Don't be afraid. It's an easy one. Thank you. That was a lot of great work, and it's an exciting field. I just want to follow up, Commissioner Ahmad. You're absolutely right. We're all going to have to think about how we use technology, and it's something we've talked about since kind of the beginning. I mean, I would love to figure out how we can actually see people during public comments versus just hear, see a box, because body language and all that is so critical. How do we interact with? You're putting together an RFI, and if we do this discovery sprint, which sounds so exciting, is that going to take place before the RFI or after the RFI, so it can, the RFI, I think I'm saying that right, the RFI incorporates all the ideas, or each group will then have to put out an RFI for the tools that they need developed?
Well, let me attempt a response. One of the challenges that we'll have is timing, for sure, because with every conversation we have, we're introduced to more people that has more information and perhaps a slightly different manner in which we should move forward. And we recognize that there is a time element, particularly whether we're going to go, the RF5 or the RF, whichever direction we're going to go. Commissioner Sinai, it just continues at this point to be a challenge and something that we're trying to work through to kind of map out the process, but we're still in the early stages of doing that.
Yeah, I'll just echo what Commissioner Turner said. By the way, I'm not scared. Thank you for that disclaimer. Come at me. But I think right now the RFI is just an option for us to consider, and since some of the other subcommittees are moving in that direction, we also wanted to take a look at what that process would look like for data management. In terms of the discovery sprint, we haven't scheduled a time for that yet. Our contact is Alex, who is reaching out to folks within USDR, which, by the way, is a civic tech firm. They explicitly state that, and along with Code for America as well. So that was a happy alignment that we were excited to see. And so that date hasn't been set yet. So we as we continue to meet with more folks, we do hope to incorporate all of the information that they're sharing with us in whatever recruitment process that we embark on as a commission for this particular task that we have.
Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, just for Mr. Seha, one of the things that we have heard is, as we really need to think through who understands civic technology when it comes to marketing, outreach, and engagement as well. So that may, we can talk about it when we have our one-on-one meetings, but that is going to be critical in the staff that is hired to be, and I know, again, civic technology is any tool that any technology you use to engage people. And so we just want, in this day of COVID, and we look at COVID as an opportunity to actually move forward in big ways with use of civic technology.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Yeah, I'll just close off with thanking Commissioner Sinai for bringing up civic technology very early on in our conversations. And I, for one, if it wasn't clear in the last meeting, I had no idea what y'all were talking about when it came to civic technology. And when I saw that article come through that Lori had sent publicly available by Derek Poppert, the first piece that he did write about in that article was trying to define what is civic technology is a huge task in and of itself, because it could mean so many different things. So I think it's going to be great having that conversation with all of you to figure out how we can best engage with the tools that we have in the most meaningful way to get the information that we need to best represent California in these maps. So thank you for that.
Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, the reason I had said I don't want to scare you is because I did realize that last time we brought up civic technology, I wasn't explaining myself very well, and it was very frustrating for a lot of you. And then luckily, so that's why I had said that. And sometimes when you've been kind of excited about something, you've immersed yourself in it, it's hard to kind of pull yourself out. So I thank the rest of you, especially Commissioner Sadwani, for being able to put simply what I had not been able to say. So I do apologize, and that's why I had said I didn't want to scare you.
And just following up, Commissioner Sinai, from the list of potential agenda topics and so forth, I have on the list for the agenda for the next meeting some time to discuss civic technology. So what I'm wondering is that a time where, having this team join us for some brainstorming, is that going to be timely, or do we need to put that off for the subsequent meeting?
So when I had put that as a potential topic, it was based on Commissioner Turner and I in our first conversation around civic technology, and it became obvious that we needed someone to work with us on this, and that's what I think this discovery sprint is almost it was exactly what we were envisioning. We didn't know it was called that, because that is, I've heard that terminology be used before with tech. So Commissioner Ahmed and Commissioner Turner can advise you on when's the best time to put that on the agenda.
Commissioner Ahmed, Commissioner Turner.
Can we get back to you on that item?
Sure.
Thank you.
But well, I mean, yes, but I mean, if we have to post the agenda for the next meeting tomorrow, I need a good sense of where we want to go. We can always schedule it and not have it. We just can't not schedule it and then have it.
Okay.
I was thinking I'll get back to you like within the next 30 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. So that was data management. Next, we have
Commissioner Anderson has a comment.
Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, this is on the not, as Commissioner Sinai said, didn't mean to scare you. I also don't mean to scare you, but the RFI that you've been looking at and talking about, yes, you can use that for contracts and actually picking people if you're doing legal services. And state agencies, working with state agencies like you're mentioning, universities, things like that. Yes, you can also do that. If we need to go out and actually get different vendors and pick a vendor. An RFI is only for information, and we can only like get more information. Then we have to start an an IFB, or the couple of different RFP proposals. And that's why what I would say is we're doing this sprint to get more information. But this is definitely one of the realms of the RFP2, which is exactly kind of what the line drawer are using, in that we want them to come up with ideas for us. And the other two items that we are very, very specific. You have to say, this is what we want. And because that's the way they're more for standard, like, hey, we need a new furnace, or we need, it's very, very standardized. And this is something that's unusual and more creative. That said, in terms of, oh my God, all the paperwork stuff, that's exactly what I'm kind of doing on this one. So if you need to go down that route, you will only have to work on the good parts, not necessarily the awful parts. And I'm more than willing to help on that.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Anderson. I had sent over a note to Dan and a follow-up as well, but I haven't heard back yet about a piece of clarification that I need in terms of just the RFI process that is exactly contingent upon what you are talking about. If we go through the RFI process, does that mean we can hire off of someone who we like during that process, or do we still have to go out for bid after that process?
Director Claypool.
So as we discussed earlier, you can hear me, right? Okay. As we discussed earlier in the week, Commissioner, the RFI process is exactly, in this case, if it's not an attorney, it's exactly what Commissioner Anderson has said. It's a request for that information. Typically, when you use it, then you chain it up with an RFP or an invitation for bid, either request for proposal or invitation for bid. But you can shorten the amount of time that you need to have people bid for it because they've already seen it. They've already given you some ideas about it. You can't, with attorneys, you can use the attorney that you like, but with outside bidders like this, for these types of contracts, you would have to bring in the bidders and use a competitive bid process, because otherwise it would be a non-competitive bid. And that takes as long as running an invitation for bid or a request for proposal. So I am looking for your email, and I'll answer it very quickly. But the upshot of it is what Commissioner Anderson said is correct. And so if time is of the essence on this, it may be better to do the sprint and then use that information to craft the RFP. Is that helpful?
Commissioner Anderson.
And to clarify on that, the RFI and the regular RFP, those are who's the cheapest. The RFP2, you do a whole scoring process. You have to come up with how you evaluating it, and that's when you use experience and criteria. But your minimum, the cost is also a component of that, and it has to be at least 30%. But you can also, on both of them, you can have interviews as part of it. But the RFP2 is, it isn't just solely based on bottom line, who's the cheapest.
Director Claypool.
There, with one caveat, Commissioner Anderson, it's always lowest responsible bidder. It's not who's cheapest, but who can responsibly provide the product at the lowest cost. So quite often, in fact, in the last commission, when they got down to their line drawer, they discarded 2 people as not being responsible. One person said, well, I'll do the line drawing for you for, I think it was $75,000. And we knew that wasn't possible. So it's always important to remember it's the lowest responsible bidder, but the RFP2 is exactly what you said. It's more of a qualifications-based analysis. That's all.
Very good. Okay, next on the list is the Language Access Subcommittee, Commissioners Akutagawa and Fernandez.
We're both so excited.
I don't know. I was like looking at her. She's probably looking at me. We do have a panel scheduled for tomorrow, and I believe it's the panelists. The agenda has been updated to reflect the panelists, but just so that everybody is aware, we do have panelists from the Black Redistricting and Census Hub, and we also will have a panelist from Access Services California, which serves the Arab, Middle East, North American, North African, and Muslim communities. Commissioner Fernandez tried very, very hard. She sent out multiple emails to Native American organizations to try to get a speaker. We got one, and then the person had to pull out. We did finally get a positive response from someone who was willing or available to speak, but from the California Native Vote Project, unfortunately, he's gotten sick, and so he is unable now to present to us. And so we're hoping that Commissioner Lamont, I think you're going to run the next meeting, or chair the next meeting. We hope that we would be able to accommodate him for that one. He felt really bad that he was not able to join us. And then at that point, I believe Commissioner Fernandez and I will be ready to come forth with our recommendations for the broader language access.
Commissioner Lamont.
Clarification, Commissioner Kennedy will be chairing the next meeting, 1 through 3, December 1 through 3. And I'll be chairing 14 through 16, I believe it is. My question, pardon me?
As well as the following one.
As well as the following one, based on the new 2-meeting mandate from the previous meeting. So that's the clarity. But my question, first I wanted to re-acknowledge the subcommittee for the conversation earlier around language. And I know we were talking about the COI or Communities of Interest tool. I'm hoping that this conversation the presentations that we're about to have and the previous presentations, that we'll be able to create at least a short list of additional languages, if whatever that looks like, for the COI tool, if there are going to be some, so they can at least begin to do that research beyond the 2 that we talked about today. Because I didn't get the impression that that was exhaustive. It was just as far as we were getting today as it related to what they were willing to do with the budget they have. And then there sounds like there's this second opportunity to potentially get some other languages in front of them, even for the COI tool. And that is aside from the augmented access opportunities that I know Global Access are looking at and Outreach are looking at, et cetera. So I just wanted to lift that up and make sure that I had that was an accurate understanding of what was available to us. Yes. And I thought this committee is the committee that's kind of shepherding that. Is that correct?
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'll respond to that, and please, Commissioner Akutagawa, please fill in. We actually kept the 2 separate, the COI versus, so what we're looking at, what our recommendations will be is when we actually go out and do our outreach or our education, that was the language recommendations that we'll be coming forward with. Whether or not we can step into the Communities of Interest database, I'm not sure. I guess Commissioner Akutagawa and I will have to go back, because we honestly felt that this meeting, that decision was going to be made for the Communities of Interest would be made, and then ours would be a separate one in terms of the education and outreach, in terms of what our recommendations were for the languages, and then also even more specific in terms of languages by different areas, because obviously that, we'll need different languages in Los Angeles County versus Butte County or something. So that's what we're looking at this point.
Commissioner Lamont.
Great. So I'm glad I asked that because I have to say I left the earlier conversation unclear as to whether there is an additional opportunity, and maybe it's the COI subcommittee that this question should have been directed to. And if it isn't, that's fine too. But I do think that like myself, the public may not be clear either as to whether or not we're considering any additional languages for the COI beyond Thai and Hmong.
Commissioner Kennedy, if I can speak here, to respond. So I think Commissioner Lamont's, Commissioner Fernandez and I did discuss other languages with the ideas in mind, similar to what our speaker or our public commenter, Julia Marks from Asian Americans Advancing Justice brought up. We did also speak about and consider, should we try to include some of the African languages, some of the Pacific Islander languages as a point of inclusivity as well too. But again, I think I think to the earlier question that was also asked about how much is this all going to cost before any decisions are made, we were also trying to be conscious of that as well too, and then also trying to keep in mind about the kind of potential for partnerships to be able to reach some of the other communities. With that said, we did separate out the COI tool from the outreach and education materials from the public input meetings. We bucketed it in those ways, looking at language and accessibility in those broader ways, partly because we needed to give an answer to the statewide database around the communities of interest tool. And then we also wanted to make sure that we heard from our presenters that are going to be speaking tomorrow before we made some assumptions about what would needed to be done in terms of global access and language accessibility. So I don't know if that really provides clarity, but that's what we're looking at. So in terms of the COI tool, part of it is, I think it is going to come down to cost. I heard that loud and clear, and I think Commissioner Fernandez and I are trying to balance all of that. I think there's the what we would like to do, and then there's the what's possible to do.
Commissioner Lamont.
Yeah, thank you for that. I still feel like it is somewhat of a cliffhanger. And so I think what I'm asking about is process and opportunity, specific to the COI tool at this point, based upon the response to my first question in this segment. So I'm just asking, I think we should, either we have brought closure to, and where we are with the COI tool is the 12/13 languages plus Hmong and Thai pending the research and price tag. My question is beyond that. Is there an additional opportunity? I think us as a commission have to be definitive about that. Either there is or isn't additional opportunity for additional languages for the COI tool. Like, I'm being very specific to that. And either way, we decide, but I think we should be clear. I don't think we've been definitive. So that's why it feels still like a cliffhanger to me.
Commissioner Lamont, you are very right on that. And I did indicate that I would like to come back to that before the end of the day. And it looks like we will have time. At this point, we need to break to go into closed session for our discussion on cybersecurity issues. And then once we come back from that, we can hopefully finalize the discussion on languages for the communities of interest tool. So thank you, everyone. We will reconvene in closed session. Let's do like the applicant review panel and be back 1 minute before 3 so that we can start promptly at 3. And then we should be back shortly after 3:30 into open session. Thank you all. Thank you. Welcome back. We have just a couple more things to make our way through before the end of the day. First of all, I would like to bring the issue of language coverage and the communities of interest tool back to the table. I would like to propose that we do two things at this point. One is endorse the statewide database's intent to proceed with the 12 or 13 if we split the Chinese into two languages. And second, that we ask statewide database to provide cost estimates for 5 additional languages, which would be Thai, Hmong, Somali, Amharic, and Swahili. So that is my proposal, and I will open it up to comments or questions. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, just repeat your suggestion. You said Thai, Hmong,
Swahili, Somali, and Amharic. Commissioner Anderson.
I second that. Your motion.
Thank you. Any further comments? Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I was curious about Samoan because there's also a large population of Samoan. I'd like to see them included.
Okay, seeing as how we're simply asking for cost estimates at this point, that's entirely reasonable, and I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
And I'd second that.
Commissioner Kitagawa.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner, for adding Samoan. I was actually going to suggest that we include Marshallese and Tongan as well as Samoan. I think we need to include the Pacific Islander languages as well too. So,
okay.
And so I'd like to, since as you said, Commissioner Kennedy, we're just getting the cost estimates. I'd like to suggest getting the cost estimates for those as well.
Okay, so I will accept that as a friendly amendment. Any further discussion on this? Jesse, would you please read the instructions for public comment, please?
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 915-0553-2099 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment at this time.
Okay, and we will stand by for 2 minutes for the live stream to catch up to see if, and to give people a chance to call in. Commissioner Fernandez.
While waiting, Chair Kennedy, could you repeat those languages again? I got like the second half of it, so I apologize for that.
Okay, the entire list is Thai, Hmong, Somali, Swahili, Amharic, Samoan, Marshallese, and Tongan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanam.
I was wondering, has the language access group looked at all at the Central American refugees who are, is it a large enough population that we should be considering their language? A lot of them are speaking the indigenous languages of their country, not necessarily Spanish.
We hadn't gotten that far, although I think based on the presentation that Naleo gave us, my recollection was that I think on those languages, their recommendation is that we work with the various community groups on that one. I think that's my recollection from that particular one.
Commissioner Sinai, I have a contact in the Mayan community in Los Angeles. I'm happy to reach out to her and get her thoughts if that would be useful.
I was just curious to know, just percentage wise, you know, I don't know if it's a large enough community for us to reach out. I don't think they would use a COI tool. They would most likely use other forms of contacting. Pedro, I don't know if you've been, I'm sorry, Commissioner Toledo, I don't know if your organization has been working with them and if you have some input.
More the Oaxacans, less the Mayans, but yeah, I think a lot of times it's more of the you know, local interpreters and such, as opposed to written material. And
so if we provided video that they could submit video, that would be accessible to them.
potentially, yeah.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
I think to Commissioner Sinai's last comment or question, that is something that Commissioner Fernandez and I are looking at, is keeping in mind that the COI tool is not the only form of input that we would try to solicit input. I think we're also trying to figure out other ways in which we can not only working with the community-based organizations, but working with them, figuring out, are there other ways in which we can gather input from some of these other communities that may not be just through the COI tool? Because I think to your other earlier point, to not, and I think both the presentation that we had from PANA and also the presentation that we had from EPIC, both of them spoke to kind of different, getting to the same place, but because of different reasons. Like PANA talked about, you know, a lot of the African languages have an oral tradition. And then in terms of some of the Pacific Islander communities, we're also dealing with some communities that may not be fully literate even in their own languages. And I think to the comment that you made earlier about the Hmong community, I did get a response from one of my contacts in the Hmong community, and she did say that that does make translation in the Hmong community complicated, but there is a high need. But she did mention, like you said, that there is a high rate of a lack of literacy in the community. And so the methods by which we would need to communicate with some of these people, or a lot of these communities, may be beyond just like a written / video, and there may have to be trusted resources. And so we are, Commissioner Fernandez and I are looking at that so that we can try to solicit as much input from some of these more difficult, not only difficult to reach, but communities in which it's more than just language accessibility that's a challenge. We're trying to also keep that in mind as well too, as we come up with our recommendations to advise. Actually, Commissioner Sinai, your subcommittee, and then also the larger commission as well too.
Great, thank you. Any further comments? Commissioner Yee?
So just to nail it down, with Chinese, since the Koi tool is written, I mean, it's graphic, it's written. So we're talking about traditional and simplified script Chinese, not Mandarin and Cantonese. Those would pertain to oral, verbal Chinese.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether there was going to be a video component, so that's why the Cantonese came in.
Commissioner Lamont?
I guess this is more of a process question. Is I feel like we're retreading all of the clarity we did this morning on this very thing, and I'm just wondering why. I thought we understood all this. You put forward a very clear proposal. It's very narrow to something very specific, and I just don't understand how we can't stay on task with and stay in context of what it is that we're talking about without going off in all of these directions, which is not what we're talking about. I just do not understand it. So I just wanted to say that, like, I thought it couldn't have been any clearer where we were and what we're talking about, unless these are recommendations to add languages for the Koi tool specifically, which we all know how the Koi tool works. We were all trained on it. We know it's written, like we know all of this. So that's what I thought we were talking about. And I just wish we could stay focused on what we're talking about so we don't convolute the discussions. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Jesse, are there any callers in line?
There are currently no callers in the queue, Chair.
Very good. Then, not seeing further discussion, I will call the question. Is Wanda there ready to take the votes?
Yes. Here, did we have a second already?
Yes. Commissioner Anderson seconded.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fornishari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lemons,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez. I don't see her. And Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kutagawa. I will draft a note to the statewide database and ship that off to you, probably after I get the next agenda done. Okay, and finally, because at least Commissioner Sinai was not with us when we were discussing agenda items for the 1st through the 3rd of December, before we say goodbye for the afternoon, I just wanted to open the discussion for one last time for anyone who has requests of items to go on the next agenda, which should post tomorrow. And keep in mind that we can always not do something that is on the agenda, but we can't do something that's not on the agenda. So I saw Commissioner Ahmed and then Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. Following up on our earlier conversation, I sent over a note to you and Vice Chair about the agenda item for civic technology. Commissioner Turner and I will reach out to someone that we've spoken to come and present high level of what data management looks like and the intersection with civic technology for our considerations and future discussions.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Commissioner Sinai?
I'm not sure if Commissioner Vasquez was here during the agenda setting, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself. But we just want, the agenda item number 10 that's on this agenda, we just wanted to make sure that it was on the next agenda just in case the conversation takes longer. Even if the conversation does not, there's still going to be more to so basically outreach, presentation, discussion related to the regional teams, and presentation on outreach strategy, but not C, just A and B.
Okay, very good. She was here at one point when we were discussing agenda, and you know, I just wanted to indicate that depending on timings on Wednesday, if we have some free time, I would very much like to see us undertake an internal discussion on C, not without outside presenters, but I think it would be useful for us to have our own internal discussion on C.
And I recommend then that staff repost the letter so people can find it very easily on the handouts for this meeting, so everybody can reread it and not have to hunt for it. And also, we had talked about...
Which letter are you talking about, Commissioner Snye?
The letter from the community to us around language, around outreach. It was an 18-page letter. I can email it to you if you can't find it, Marion. I have it.
If you email it to Dan, that'd be great.
Okay. And then completely forgot my other one, so probably didn't need it.
Okay, Commissioner Yee.
For the outreach committee, so the homework we're doing, researching the various regions and counties. I know you had a form for us, but can you tell us more about the plan for what to do with all that and when we might get to that?
It is part of the agenda item number 10, where folks will share their regional, what they've learned from their regional areas. And at any time you can submit ideas and forms. We have there is a plan that we'll be sharing. It's not a plan. It's we keep coming up with different names for it, but basically a strategy roadmap. Because we really don't feel like we can create a plan without Mr. Cejas and all of you together. So work on the framework that we shared earlier. If you have additional ideas and thoughts, we share the framework so it's easy to submit more ideas and thoughts. And it's the same, the framework, the roadmap is in the same format as the framework was, that handout was. So both of them have been sent out today.
But you're not giving us necessarily a hard deadline to get our homework in, you know?
We need to work with Mr. Ceja to figure out how we're going to collect, how we're going to create a database of different organizations we identify and such. You know, there at some point we need to collect a lot of that, and so we need to figure out the best format. But if you want to get it out of your hands and not lose it and get it into our hands, feel free to.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. That looks like it's it for today. Thank you everyone for your patience and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So we stand in recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning.